David, are we ready to go? Good morning. We're ready to go. Good morning. I'd like to call to order the September 21st meeting of the Montecito Planning Commission. If you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, if you would announce the TV coverage and followed by the roll call, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County and Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orcutt areas. Rebroadcasts of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on CSB TV's website and won't be available for download in a day or two. Now for the roll call, Commissioner Brown.
Present.
Commissioner Keller. Present. Commissioner Cole. Chair overall. And for the record, Commissioner Phillips is absent today.
Ms. Black, would you give us the agenda status report followed by the projection report, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. This morning we have 4 regular items are on your standard agenda, and we are ready to move forward with all of those. In terms of the projection report, we're scheduled to meet next on October 19th, and we have 1 item scheduled for that day so far. Following that, our next regularly scheduled meeting is on November 16th, and at the moment we don't have any items scheduled up. Yeah, October 19th, November 16th, and we don't have any items scheduled yet for that day. We do not have a meeting scheduled for your commission in December, and we will try to keep it that way. We'll let you know if something comes up, but we will try and keep it that way. So that's
Great.
Really all I have to report.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll move to public comment. And this time is reserved for anyone of the public who wants to address the commission on an item not on our agenda. Do we have any speaker slips? Oh, I'm sorry, I think we have one taker here.
Good morning, Commissioners. Victoria Green on behalf of the Montecito Association, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to announce a couple of upcoming events that the Montecito Association is sponsoring. First, on Thursday, October 20th at 6 p.m., we are hosting a Montecito Water District Candidates Forum. So that's October 20th, 6 p.m. at Montecito Union School. There are 4 candidates running for 2 available seats on that water board, and I know that water is a very important issue in the community, and everyone is encouraged to join us and learn about those candidates before they cast their votes. The second thing to bring to your attention is that November 5th is the Montecito Association Beautification Day, so that's a Saturday morning. We start at 9 o'clock on the Upper Village Green across from the post office in front of Tecolote Books for a nice light continental breakfast served from the Biltmore, and then we go into the community and we pick up trash and tidy up the neighborhood, come back, celebrate our Citizen of the Year, and award some properties in the community for their various landscape and design aspects. So everyone's invited to come and join us that morning, and there's more information on our website or at the Montecito Association office. Thanks.
Thank you. Do you have a question?
May I ask a question, please? I recently received an invitation for today for a meeting at Burnham Wood that involved water, to which I understand several of the candidates were invited. I heard from other people that this was described as a panel discussion of the water board candidates, and yet they were surprised only 2 members were invited, and the invitation seemed to come from the Montecito Association, although it was signed by Bob Hazard. I'm just wondering if you have any connection or knowledge of this, because it was a little confusing as to who was the sponsor and who was the source.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, the Montecito Association is not involved in that event. I believe, I know that our directors received the invitation, but it didn't come from us. I think it's something Mr. Hazard put together, and I believe 2 of the candidates were advertised as being there. Our candidates forum, we have received all 4 candidates have indicated that they're planning to be there, and the idea is to inform the voters, not to promote specific candidates.
Thank you. And one other question, have you announced the Citizen of the Year?
No, we have not. Stay tuned.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let me just take it. You mentioned Beautification Day, and that day is what day did you say?
Saturday, November 5th,
All right, so before the election.
just before the election.
So my question is, I see a lot of, signs in the public, actually, road right-of-way and on county line. Does the Montecito Association have a position on political signs in the, are they supposed to be on private property, or is there any position on that particular idea? Because there is a bit of visual litter out there. Be nice to have picked that up on your Beautification Day.
Well, my understanding is that people can't legally place things in the public road right-of-way unless Chris has given them a road encroachment permit. But my understanding of the county ordinances is that political signs are permitted under the sign provisions, or if not expressly, then as a First Amendment right. But I don't think anybody has the right to place signs in the public road right-of-way.
Thank you for your
The
diplomatic-
association doesn't have a formal position, but I think the bottom line is that if somebody sees a sign in the public road right-of-way, it's their right-of-way too. They can remove it if it's an eyesore to them.
Well, given it's political season, it might be nice for the association to announce that at their meeting to their board members, and that way there'd be that sort of community information going out there before we're, deluged with signs.
Mr. Chair, since we have Chris Sneddon here from Public Works, you might want to ask what the rules are with respect to signs and
Mr. Sneddon, would you like to comment?
Good morning. Victoria pretty much nailed it, but they're not allowed. We don't issue encroachment permits for political signs. That said, it's not one of our high priorities to go out and remove them. We do, if we get a complaint, we'll go look at it and see if it's causing some kind of safety hazard, like a sight distance issue or something like that, or if it's really one of those big, massive ones. But we don't have crews going out and removing them or anything like that.
Thank you.
May I just add something?
Yes, please.
Having been a fairly recent political candidate, I know that for the candidates themselves, that's confusing. And if the Montecito Association could have that, have a concise statement that could be issued, it would be very helpful, because I heard comments pro and con, and it was hard to know exactly what guideline to follow in terms of placing yard signs.
Well, and not to belabor the point, but I would also add that the most popular places seem to be on the county islands and right-of-way areas. There's a couple of freeway off-ramps, and obviously the places that are most visual. So, I think it's a self-rule policy. So, if the association can be the ruler, that would be terrific. Thank you.
I thank you both for your diplomatic comments. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close that. We'll move on next to the commissioners' informational reports. Commissioner Cole?
I just wanted to say I appreciated the retreat that we had last time. I learned a lot. I'd like to thank you, Rachel and Diane and everybody else. I think it was, and all the people who were instrumental, like Commissioner Phillips aren't here, but I thought it was great. Diane Black, I was just saying how much I appreciated the retreat last time. Thank you.
Commissioner Keller?
I have nothing to report in terms of a director's report, but I would also like to thank the powers that be for doing their best to consolidate our work into meetings so we can be really efficient with our time. And so thank you for giving us the weeks off, the months off during the summer, and for trying to hold December off. It means that we can make good use of when we're here and not spread it out. So thank you for your efforts in that regard.
Okay. Commissioner Brown?
I actually have a somewhat extended report, so thank you very much for this time. I'll try to be as brief as I can, but I hope I will be interesting, if not informative. First of all, I did attend the Montecito Board of Architectural Review on September 26th, and they held an administrative discussion. September 20, it must have been August 26th. No, so it was September maybe 16th. Just recently. Very recently, 2 weeks ago. So, but anyway, the point was is they had an administrative meeting where they discussed meeting start times, looking at perhaps starting earlier in the day rather than 2 o'clock, meeting location, thinking about going back to Montecito Hall, which didn't get much support, the looking at public comment procedures and time allotments to move meetings along more effectively, and the possibility of a new MBAR worksheet. The meeting was for discussion only and no action was taken, but it was very informative and I was glad to be there. At the end, they did discuss whether we might have a joint meeting with the MPC and MBAR, but again, no action was taken. At the same meeting, Casa Dorinda was given preliminary approval. So unless it's been appealed, which I think we must be pretty close on the cusp of that, then it sounds like that project is at least graduated out of the hearing process. Again, on Casa Dorinda, I believe yesterday at the Board of Supervisors, and I won't step on the director's report here, but I think they were going to look at the trail easements, and then after that they would get a zoning clearance for the kitchen. This is from Alex Tuttle. On other items, and maybe Director Brown will, Director Black, I'm Director Brown, we'll talk about this a little bit more, but the Miramar, I get is the single biggest question I get, what's happening at the Miramar, and I have this to report. They're moving forward with the project. They're not selling. They are currently finalizing a few items internally, and they will be making an announcement to the public regarding the project within the next 2 weeks. So that's encouraging. Maybe they'll be throwing a little dirt on a shovel, and we can start this along. So that is encouraging, and look forward to that. I also, when we get, then on that, I'll move on. So what I did today is I've actually got, my part of this job is to be interesting and informative, and to let you know what's happened in Jamie's world in the last couple of months. And in our little neighborhood, we had a dust up on, and if David, I've asked David to bring some visuals for me, and I think that one would be good, David. This photo is in a neighborhood in the Middle Road area, and that white thing is a boat. And the thing in front of it is a screen, and the thing in front of that, of course, is a car. So what this case, by the way, this is only for information. I'm not asking for any discussion or comment. I want to make that very clear. But I think what I saw here is we might call ourselves well-intended but misunderstood. We spend a lot of time looking at rules and regulations and zoning and ordinances, refinements, and this was one in particular that I had remembered doing where we talked about trailers, and particularly boat trailers. My misinformation, my misunderstanding was that that boats couldn't be stored if seen from the adjacent street. That's not exactly correct. I've handed out the actual ordinance to you where it's marked. What it actually says is trailers, including anything stored on the trailer, shall be screened from view from abutting streets. So it's actually the trailer that we are ordained to be hidden. So after a number of complaints, the county came out and they assisted the owner in this little fence that was put up. That led to the next problem, which is now there were 2 cars parking in the driveway. Well, now there's only room for 1. And so David's gone. Okay. So that's now added to the burden of there being now, there we go. The secondary car for the property is now on the street. So the neighbors were concerned because this is a rental home, and they were worried that people might see that as the boat storage as an attractive offset to high rents. So, however, it turns out that it is compliant, and I think that, oh yes, to the unintended consequences. So for us, the boat and the trailer forces the residents to park on the street. Some neighbors think the screening is actually more unattractive than the trailer hitch, and the neighbors did not find the remedy satisfactory. MPC's efforts, to say the least, were underappreciated. The neighborhood now has a boat, a screen, and a parking problem, and I thought I'd bring this to your attention as we do a large volume of ordinance amendments, and perhaps we need to carefully consider the unintended consequences of our positive intentions. Thank you. That concludes my report.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could raise an issue that Commissioner Cole reminded me of, and that is that we have not rescheduled your Brown Act training, because we were going to do that at the retreat, and we ran out of time. So if it's okay with the commission, I think I'll put that on your October agenda, assuming that it stays as light as it is right now. Is that acceptable? Okay, great.
Sounds like,
The only question I would have is if we have a joint meeting with the MBAR, would that be an appropriate time to do that where both bodies were
Jamie,
in the same?
hold off on that.
So,
for just a minute.
Do you want me to address that?
No, I don't
Okay.
want you to
Okay.
address it right yet.
Okay.
I think we have consensus that the Brown Act training would be fine.
Okay, we have put it off for quite a long time.
Okay, I have a fairly brief report. I attended the joint chairs of the planning commissions and the MBAR hearings. Chair Phillips was again at a different wedding, I think, and so I attended. And at that meeting, there were a couple of things that were addressed that I thought would be of some interest to the commission. The issue of delayed, what do we call them? Action letters. We take an action, thank you very much, and then we get a packet, perhaps a month later, and if there's something in the action letter, as there was in one instance, that probably is what surfaced this, it's too late for us to do anything about it. And so we had a discussion, and I believe the resolution of that, Mr. Villalobos, was that you would send out by email to us. If I have this wrong, you can correct me, but this is what I think I remember. You would send out within a fairly short period of time, like the end of the week, the beginning of the following week, the action letter.
I'm happy to do so. I don't believe that's what I promised. I promised to send them out as soon as they were mail them out as soon as they were done, but I'm happy to scan and email them as well, if that would be helpful.
What would the commission like? The issue here is, I think, is one of time. If we don't get them soon enough and there are any errors in there, we don't have an opportunity to correct it easily. So,
May I just ask what the time period is for making a correction?
So,
Ms. Black.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the action letters are not sort of a legal requirement, but it's something that we do so that people understand exactly what the commission approved. And we include both your action, we attach the findings, and we attach conditions to those action letters. We try to get those done and complete by the end of the week. So for today, we will, we have a goal of getting those completed by Friday, and then we send them out. And the reason we send them out pretty quickly is because we want people to understand what was approved or denied, and so that they can make an appeal if they choose to. The same information that's in the action letter is in your minutes for your meetings, and so you review the information in those action letters as a part of your minutes, and that's where we document any changes that were made in the findings or any changes that were made in the project conditions. And because you only meet, at best case, once a month, clearly the action letters have gone out long before you actually approve your minutes. There are occasions when you see something in the action letter that you don't think reflects the action of the commission. It's usually pretty minor, but in that case, then we issue a revised action letter. So we'll correct the minutes and then issue a revised action letter. Clearly, the time for an appeal has passed, but it's usually not such a significant issue. I don't think we do a terrible job of missing things. It's usually a pretty subtle issue. So to answer your question, there isn't a review time for the commission before the action letters go out. We are committed to sending those action letters out as soon as we can, because we think that serves the parties involved in the case well. But you're free to give us comments, when you review them. You're free to give us comments when you review the minutes. And if we believe that that the action letter needs to be corrected based upon one comment, we'll do that. We'll review the tape and correct it based upon a comment of one commissioner, because you can't reach a consensus except in your meeting when you're reviewing the minutes.
So even if it isn't determined until a subsequent meeting, which
month
is or
later.
maybe a month later, that does give time to give a revised letter and have them correct the misunderstanding, have the applicant correct the misunderstanding. So I guess I'm curious as to what the situation was when this wasn't consistent.
There was something inserted in one of the action letters that one of the, I've forgotten whether it was the appellant or the applicant, took exception with. There were some phone calls made on that. It was the kind of thing that if we had it, let's say Tuesday following our meeting, it would have been fresh in people's minds. We could have read them, responded in a different fashion. I don't think it's the end of the world one way or the other. It's just, I think it's kind of an issue of, at the pleasure of the commission, would we like to get copies of those action letters so they're not a month stale? We'd like to get them sooner, and I leave that up to the commission to decide. So
Yeah, quick-
apparently it's technically possible to do so.
Yeah, quick comment. So for me, email is always better, because wherever we are, we can get them. I just have a quick Brown Act question. I do remember in the training that I did have, you don't hit reply all. So we see something, who do we send it to?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cole, typically what staff will do when if they need to send something out to multiple commissioners, they'll blind copy the commissioners so that even if so that we don't have an inadvertent reply all.
Right.
But as far as following up, if you have a question, then I believe that would be the assigned planner.
Okay, so just send it to the assigned planner with a copy to David and to Diane. Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay. And would you just, I'll poll you real quickly, would you like to get it the following week after our meeting, or are you happy getting it before the next hearing?
Well, no, I think whenever it's ready. I don't want you to do it faster than you would ordinarily do it, but when you have it ready and you're going to mail it, if you could scan a copy and email it. So I'd rather have it as soon as possible. but
Mr.
without
Chair, could I ask a
upsetting the
question
system.
before you do your poll?
Sure.
So if we were to get this and have a comment that we didn't, Jamie doesn't think that's exactly what happened, and I contact staff, maybe that's just my interpretation. That's my problem, is if we don't have all of us sitting here, how do we change something without having a meeting?
We don't.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, that would not mean a change would be made. It's just alerting the staff. It actually, when the minutes come back to you, that's when your whole commission considers the approval and see if there's any errors that need to be. So you would raise the issue then when the whole commission has it and it's noticed in the minutes, and if a change was made, that would result in a new action letter.
So on an appeal, when does the clock run? On the day of the action? Does the clock run on the day of the action letter or the day we take action?
The day you take action.
It runs from
So it's pretty well run out almost by the time we get it, however we get it. Unless, and you'd have to convene a meeting.
Mr. Chair, I think we're,
Drifting.
well, I just think this is becoming a bigger issue than it really needs to be. So even the County Planning Commission doesn't approve their minutes typically before the appeal period has run. So this is how we've operated for a very long time. We do an action letter for the convenience of those that participated in the hearing process. It's not legally required. It's not legally required in order for them to appeal. But it's, I think, helpful for people to see in writing what the commission did. Clearly, they know what you did. They were here, but it's just clearer. So the appeal period is kind of an irrelevant issue. It's just you really approve your minutes, and those minutes are tied to these action letters. And so if you approve minutes that are different than the action letters we sent out, then we will correct those action letters. And if a commissioner gets the action letter, 3 days after the hearing and sees a big mistake in it, and you raise that to us, if we can clearly identify that as a mistake, we will correct it and move on. So, so I'm happy to have you look at them. You don't need to look at them until you approve your minutes, but I'm happy to have you look at them if you'd like.
Commissioner Keller?
Oh, just to continue the polling, thank you. If that's not more work for you, not too much more work for you, that would be appreciated, because like having missed a month, it makes it very difficult to reconstruct what went on in the previous meeting. So the sooner the better would be really helpful for fading memories. Thank
Mr.
you.
Brown?
I'm open to the email, but I would also like the paper document because I actually file it with the case in my files. So it's helpful for me to have the paper as well as the email. Might as well let you do the printing, not me.
Okay. I would like to get it as quickly as I can by email, so thank you. Let's see, if there was the other item, which is why I interrupted you, Jamie, on the MBAR. The idea of a joint hearing was raised. I talked to the chair of the MBAR, Dave Mendrow, yesterday, and I believe this came up after you had left the meeting. At any rate, they have not taken an action on it, but I think maybe the next meeting, the sense was that they would like to appoint a couple of people from the MBAR to develop a joint agenda with a couple of representatives from the Planning Commission, so that we don't just have a meeting to have a meeting, but we've identified specific things to be on that agenda. So I think it's unlikely that we'll have all that pulled together before the October meeting. It's possible, but at this point we don't know. But in anticipation of that, what I'd like to get, and then I'll leave it to Chair Phillips to make the selection, I'd like to know who would be interested in participating on that committee to develop the agenda. And then if in fact you agree to that. So, Rachel?
Mr. Chair, so I'd just like to look this. I'm not sure that we're agendized to create a committee for that today. So I'd just like to look to see what the options are about how we would do that. Because the item we're on right now is just informational reports. So it's just to provide information about planning issues and meetings that you attended.
This is not to be a formal committee of the Planning Commission. These are people who would be interested in talking with two members from the MBAR to see if they can develop a potential list of areas we're interested in. So can we go ahead and do that if it's not an official action?
Well, Mr. Chair, what I'd like to do is just look at that, and we could return to it at the end. And I
Okay.
just want to make sure that
All right.
that
well,
that's something we could do today.
we will trail that item then. Okay. I think that concludes our informational report, and we're going to item number 9, intent to waive. And I think, Mr. Villalobos, you'd need to read each one of these in. Is that correct? No, you do not? Okay. Then I would ask the commissioners if there are any of these that we do not want, that you do want to listen to specifically, or if we can waive the hearing.
Mr. Chair, these are items that are put on that we have waived, and we're really just notifying you of that fact.
Oh,
So
okay.
I don't think
all
we read them into the record, and it's not a pulled, it's not a consent agenda item. It's a
right. Thank you for the correction.
hearing waiver.
Okay. I guess we're informed. Is that right?
Do we need to ask for any public comment in any of those?
If anybody had comments on section 9 of the agenda, then. Okay. Then I think we just move on to minutes.
Okay. We'll go to item number 10, which are the minutes. Are there any comments, corrections, additions? Commissioner Brown?
I would like to move the minutes forward as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Next, we have Dr. Russell and the director's report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here. It's been a couple of months, and notwithstanding the break at the Board of Supervisors, there have been 3 or 4 hearings that have some items of interest, so I'll go over those briefly. The first of those was on August 23rd, the first day back after the break for the board, and we approved a contract for the Southern California Gas Advanced Meter zoning ordinance project. And just sort of as a preview of something that will be coming your way, the board directed us to develop an exemption for these advanced Southern California Gas Advanced Meters. And what these things consist of is a little meter right where your gas meter is normally located, and these things communicate to poles or units that are on existing poles or are on new poles in the right-of-way. So the analysis of that will take place. There obviously will be some visual issues to consider. We have not done the environmental review, so I can't say exactly what the nature of the CEQA issues will be, but it will certainly be of something of interest to your commission, because whether these things go on existing poles or new poles, probably some new poles, there will be some in Montecito. Also, we had a contract approved by a company called Anacomp to begin.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Russell.
I'm sorry, go right ahead.
Yes, in addition to the existing poles and the potentially new poles with the new devices, you say there's something placed adjacent to the meter in the home that sends the message?
There's, if you look at, I'll use my house as an example. My gas meter is by the curb out in front of the house and outside the wall. And so the meter person comes and they look down and they read that gas meter. Well, what they do is they install something right there in that same location, which now is the unit which sends the information to the receiving unit. So it's a small sending unit. You might not even notice it. That's really small. The thing that will be of particular interest are these new poles.
Thank you. Now, in my home, the meter is inside the wall within view of actually my home, and I have it screened by landscaping, so I just wanted to be sure it would be quite small, as you suggest.
It is quite small. You see these things, as you walk around the city, you see some gas meters. Take a look at them, and if you see a little rectangular thing that looks kind of new that's sitting on the front of the gas meter, that's it. And they're
Okay.
about like that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes, I think you just addressed my question, because I was getting a little worried. I had some workmen come out and tell me they were installing these new meters at my house. Is that possible?
I believe that is possible.
So even though they don't yet have do they have the authority now for this thing that's hanging on the box that talks to these things that are now in my house or on my meter?
I think that they can put in the small unit on your meter, but they have to go through the review process.
So they're just
for
starting the
poles.
process
Yeah.
with hoping that they're going to get what they want. Thank you.
Dr. Russell, I do have a question related to it, and actually I think I raised this in a comment letter to the board. When you have an area where people have paid to underground their utilities, what's the treatment of that? I mean,
Mr. Chair, that's an issue that will be explored. I basically, that's about all I really should say about it at this point.
fine, I suspected that was the case, but we'll have a shot at it at a future
Yes.
future time. Okay. Please continue.
Chairman,
Thank you.
well,
Oh.
quick question.
Commissioner Cole?
Yeah, one thing I would have on your list for later exploration is how many new poles there'll be. That's always a hot topic. You know, and I guess that gets down to the transmission range and all of that.
Also on the 23rd agenda was a contract with a company called Anacomp to begin digitization of all of our paper planning records. So what this represents is a transition from the digitization project of all our microfiche because we quit doing microfiche several years ago. So now that we've pretty much gotten through all that, and those are online and available for people to look at now, which is a great service to the community. Now we're tackling the paper records, and which is great. It's not cheap, but soon we will have all of these records available online, so it'll make it very convenient for people to do research on past projects and on their own property to see what was approved and what documents there are. Also was approval of an EIR contract for the Kate School expansion. A CREF grant was granted to the city of Goleta to purchase some property adjacent to the Sperling Preserve to advance that. On the 30th, there really wasn't much to speak of particular interest, some set hearings. On the 13th of September, we had the Vandermeulen appeal, and that's a fairly significant appeal because the neighbors, this was in the Orcutt area, the neighbors were concerned, I guess I would say, about the use of unmuffled motorcycles on basically a flat track, and where they race these things, and it was really annoying the neighbors. And we said, so we met with the owner of the land, who said, you need to tell me exactly how many motorcycles I can run on my property. And I said, okay, 0. And he appealed that. And the Planning Commission modified my director's determination to make it clear that the use of motorized recreational vehicles on residentially zoned properties is not allowed if it impacts and annoys the neighbors. And so that got appealed to the Planning Commission, and they modified it slightly, and then the Planning Commission's determination, it was then appealed to the board, and the board denied that appeal as well. So we'll see if it goes any farther than that, but I was pleased to see that. On the 20th, there was a contract for a large proposed oil production project by the company ERA in Cat Canyon, so that EIR contract has begun. This was yesterday. Also a contract for the Las Flores Canyon ExxonMobil facility for groundwater consulting, part of their normal permit compliance work that they do out there. We did take the design residential zone modifications for special needs housing that came before you. We took that to the board yesterday, and that was approved. So that was an action item from our housing element. We're pleased to move forward on that and get that taken care of. Also, there was an appeal by Gordon Sand of the County Planning Commission's substitution of a mitigation measure. If you go out to the Point Sal and North area where all those sand dunes are, there was an oil well drilled on county property, a couple of them, and they were all dry, and they had laid down gravel base to make a road out there. And so the condition of the EIR said you gotta remove that when you're done. Well, they attempted to remove it and were unsuccessful, and meanwhile it's spreading. And we looked at it and we determined that actually you do more damage to coastal resources trying to remove that gravel now, which a lot of it is formed vegetation on top of it, snowy plover habitat. And so we said, why don't you not do that, and instead, as a substitute mitigation measure, have Shell provide funding to buy open space that would then serve to mitigate whatever negative impacts there might be from the gravel, and also serve for public access. And that was approved by the Planning Commission, appealed by Mr. Gordon, who felt that EIR was deficient in its analysis of impacts to his sand mining operation, and the board denied that appeal. And then finally, as Commissioner Brown said, the easements on Casa de Rinda were accepted by the board yesterday. There was some last-minute word changes just to make sure that the easement language was consistent with the conditions as they were approved by your commission. And that was done, and they got their zoning clearance yesterday so that they can begin remodeling their kitchen.
Would you
Commissioner
mind being
Keller?
more specific about the easements that were approved? I'm thinking trail easements, but clearly that's not the case if it was their kitchen you're talking about.
It was open space easements the big open space easement.
So those have to be approved before they can start any construction?
That's correct.
Okay, sorry, of course they do.
And that's how the conditions were written, actually to be quite flexible. They still have some conditions they have to satisfy, but we felt that this one was critical. So nothing until this one was done, and now it's done.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes, a couple of things just to add to addendum on that is, I understand Casa Dorenda did go, as we requested, to HLAC, and HLAC tinkered with their design and came up with something they liked and everybody liked. So, yes, Dr. Russell, thank you for that report. Those are all good things. There were a couple of appeals that I was curious about. There was one, I think it was Macaranian, that went to the Coastal Commission. Since we've been here, do you know the status of that?
Yeah, the Coastal Commission found substantial issue with that permit and denied it.
And they denied that. And then there were several other, there was then, how does that, there were other appeal, we had a water well here, I think it was Hare, and then we had a second one, yep, so how, is there anything else in getting appealed?
Commissioner Brown, when the Macaranian went, there was another water well that went at the same time, the name of which escapes me, Schlesinger, thank you. And that one, the applicant availed themselves of their right to delay the actual hearing. So they found substantial issue on both of those wells. The Macaranian moved forward and was denied. The Schlesinger will be heard at a future hearing. And then there are some, at least two, maybe three, others that have not been heard yet, and they will be heard at a future hearing.
So for the work we've done here is now gone to appeal, is that correct, on the Hare?
I don't know whether or not the Hare, the Olive Mill Trust has been appealed or not. I would expect that it might be, but I do not know if they have actually taken the formal action of appealing that yet.
All right, and the reason I ask is we did get an action letter on that, but it was sort of dated at a funny date so I didn't know if there'd been any appeal. Okay, and then I think there were some water tanks that we approved that were also reversed by the Coastal Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner Brown. Well, they're on appeal.
They're on appeal?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I don't think they've acted on those yet.
Which one was that?
That was over in Innisbrook. I've
Innisbrook,
forgotten the name of the
Oh, that one.
project,
All
but they,
That one was denied. That's the Magahi water
Oh, was
tanks project that was denied. Substantial issue was found, and that was denied as well.
so we need a big
that's
bulletin board up here that says, wins and losses at
That's
this
right.
point.
So, Mr. Chair, one water well and then one project with tanks were denied. The others are still pending with the commission.
So Hare is still pending.
Others are, all the others are still pending.
Okay, thank
And-
you.
And all of those, this is a question, I'll make it as the same, all of those were appealed by the Coastal Commission to themselves.
I think that's correct. I think the tanks were as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes.
although I don't know if the Olive Mill Trust has actually yet been technically formally appealed, although I expect it will be.
So, Dr. Russell, I had one more question on a totally different subject. The community has been discussing perhaps looking at transporting recycled water from the Goleta Water District to Montecito, where it would be sold to private individuals. And I'm wondering if the county ordinance that we have would have any effect on that transport. And secondarily, I'm wondering if the county has any way to put a tax or a levy on those heavies coming into Montecito if there's abundant use of that water transport.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, with respect to the transfer of water from Goleta to Montecito, it probably is not subject to a permit, but we would have to see the specifics on it to make a final determination. And with respect to levying a tax, I think what really happens is that the Roads Division of Public Works issues encroachment permits for certain activities. I don't know if they could or would on this particular issue, and then they have some conditions that require that roads be brought back into their current condition. But that's complicated because it's two public agencies that are involved, so I'm not sure how that would work out.
Good. Well, I hope the county, monitors this process and becomes a player, because it certainly would have an effect on our roads when the water restrictions first went into use and the wells weren't so abundant. It was like the Wild West in Montecito as far as these very heavy trucks coming on, and you could see very quick damage on some of our major streets. So it would be nice to have some sort of compensation for that transport. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Keller?
I would just, for future, because part of the confusion for me with our most recent water well discussion was whether or not the Coastal Commission would have any jurisdiction. And the only reason I felt I could not, that I needed to support the project was because I thought we were not in a position to make that determination. So is it clear now on these recent projects that the Coastal Commission will feel they have jurisdiction over any water well within the coastal area, and we can use that as a basis for our determination?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Keller, the next water well we bring you, either on appeal or as a CDH, we will certainly make the discretion of the commission clear and the appealability. And there's a specific process we'll go through, but we will make it clear.
Commissioner Cole?
On the Miramar, Dr. Russell, do you have anything to add or any information to add to what Commissioner Brown had? Because when I first came on the board, my first hearing was to Miramar, and the sky was going to fall in that week if we didn't approve.
Commissioner Cole, there may be some things that have taken place that I'm not aware of, but the last thing that I was aware of that the public would be aware of was that some fill dirt was brought in, and that became obvious to some who questioned, well, what's going on? And although they were not beginning their major grading operation, they needed this fill, and they had an opportunity to get it, and so they brought it in. That's the last thing I have found. I know that our grading staff has been, and our permit compliance staff have been very actively involved getting ready for the construction that will come. I don't know if staff has any other information about what's going on at this point, but I don't believe they've really started.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think Commissioner Brown had the latest and greatest from the planner, so you
Okay. Great.
expect an announcement in 2 weeks, and they say they are not selling the project, which apparently a lot of people have been asking.
Okay. Dr. Russell, thank you. We'll move to the next agenda item regarding Butterfly Lane and Channel Drive. We all received a letter, at least I think we all did, from Michael Livingston, or Stone, I'm not sure how he pronounces it. And I thought it warranted having a brief discussion, and I think, is Mr. Snedden
Yes, we have
still
Chris Snedden here. He's just putting his.
There you are. I asked that Mr. Snedden come. When I read this letter, and I don't know what your response to it was, I thought his specific concerns may not be ones that, I was overly concerned with, but I know that parking is a huge problem. I know pedestrians walking down there are at risk. You add into that mix the bicycles that come roaring down the hill, and it seems like it warranted us at least taking this letter seriously and finding out what, if any, options are available to the community to address these concerns. So with that, Mr. Snedden.
All right, good morning, Chris Snedden, Public Works Transportation. I'm here to kind of give an overview, and then we can, if you have specific questions that you want to talk about or something you want to delve into, that's fine too. This is the only exhibit I have. It's just the overview of what the parking restrictions are that are out there currently. And you can see by the key down below, the loading zone isn't shown on there. It didn't print, but it's a pointer or something. It's right in front of the Biltmore for, oh yeah, okay. Right in this zone here. And then there's some disabled parking here. And then most of the restrictions are no parking from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. on the various roads in the area there. So those are the parking restrictions, and they've come over a series of years and working through the community. and where we can and can't restrict parking. At this point, it's pretty much signed to the extent and restricted to the extent that it's going to be. I don't see anything really changing from here on out. There's no further restrictions we could do to things that would limit things like coastal access or public access to the beaches, including RVs and regular sized vehicles. So I think there's maybe 6 or 8 different resolutions for this area that have come over the years, and we've kind of done everything we can do with restrictions. As to the just the circulation, that too has been talked about a lot of times over the years, and things that could be done to improve circulation in the area of all types of cars, bicycles, pedestrians. There's even been attempts at projects to do that. They're sometimes controversial. We're not opposed to looking at improvements to the area or changes to the area to the circulation if that's what the community wants, but we would really need a very broad community support for proceeding with anything. We don't want to spend time and effort and money looking at options and getting close to implementing things and then have it all fall apart at the end. So that we would really need that kind of broad community support for anything different than we would do with the area now. I think that's kind of the overview. I don't know if there's specific questions or things you would like to talk about.
Well, I have one light on here.
Yes,
so
I'm sorry, Mr.
Mr. Keller.
Snedden, we don't have a hard copy of this visual, and especially from this angle, I can't read it at all. So, thank you. I would ask that you go over it specifically.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Commissioner Keller, you still have the microphone if you want it.
I just wanted to clarify that the portion that is being spoken about is this portion on Butterfly Lane that is only labeled no parking 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. There are not any other parking restrictions or restrictions as to the issues raised in the letter have to do about delivery trucks, but there's no restriction on campers or trailers. Is that correct?
During the daytime hours? Yes.
So, because you don't have that marked on this, so he's saying that there's a traffic sign with no delivery trucks beyond Hill Road to Channel Drive, so that would be that little portion. But that's the only restriction other than the no parking between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m.
Well, there is another restriction down here, which is the 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
Well, that's oversized vehicles, but that's on Channel Drive, not on that stretch of Butterfly Lane, correct?
Right. So you're talking about this area right here?
Well, this is the area he's addressing. I thought it was the area, he says Hill Road to Channel Drive, which is that that one block of Butterfly Lane, correct?
Correct. Yeah,
So that's where there's concern about the campers being parked. But I'm just dealing with what was addressed in the letter, which is apparently where the campers are regularly parked.
correct.
And so-
And there's not a daytime restriction there.
And there's not a daytime restriction, and there's no restriction on size of vehicle.
No, but the one restriction there would be, which is just a active restriction, whether it's posted or not, is you can't block the roadway. So if it was big enough that it was blocking the roadway, they could do something, some kind of enforcement, but I don't think that's the issue here.
Well, it sounds as though when they're on both sides, it is an issue. And also, I'm wondering what qualifies as, quote, oversized, since you have that on that little stretch of Channel Drive. Would a camper qualify as oversized? So that if, for example, that no oversized restriction extended up that portion of Butterfly Lane, would that solve the problem?
So the oversized restriction, just in terms of what is oversized, it's
Yes.
basically if you look at like a full-size truck dually bed or like a small delivery truck, it's anything bigger than that.
So would a camper not be
It
oversized?
depends on the size of it, really.
I see. Would it be a simple matter to, if we wanted to try to solve this without a major overhaul, would it be a fairly simple matter to extend the no oversize? Because it's in the upper portion of Butterfly, it's in the westerly portion of Hill Road, but it doesn't seem to be in that problematic portion of Butterfly.
Yeah, we could take a look at the Butterfly area. I think it's restricted to the extent it can be right now, unless something's blocking the road, which different people have different definitions for what's blocking the road. But on a road like this, like a very low speed road that essentially acts as a parking lot during the day, it would be whatever the fire requirement is, which is 12 feet usually. So
I think 14.
Well, yeah, it depends on the road, but I think 12 or 14.
No, it's just knowing that area well, knowing that many, many people come from Coast Village Circle under the railroad tracks to walk down that way toward the beach. I just support the concern about anything that would impede bicycles, pedestrians, be in the way, make them have to step into the roadway when when there might be low light or limited visibility. And it just seems strange that given that all the rest of this area is restricted with oversized vehicles, that this one block is not.
Well, I think it has the same restrictions as the other blocks.
Well, it doesn't appear that. You've got the red dotted, which says no parking 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., but you've not got the dark green.
The green is throughout the whole area, which is the oversized nighttime oversized restrictions. I'm sorry,
talking
I think
about
you're looking. The dark green line is just a border.
Which is no
is
oversized parking, correct?
From 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Right. So it does not appear that that dark green border is on that one block between Channel Drive and Hill Road.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. It's there. It's just underneath the red dotted line, so you can't see it. That is also restricted for oversized vehicles at night
Okay,
as well. I'm
that
sorry
was
about
what
that.
was, it's not apparent on this
Okay.
chart, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so that currently is oversized, and so, then
Yeah.
it's open to interpretation as a little bit as to what is oversized.
Oversized vehicles is well defined. It's open to not interpretation, but some people may think it's blocking the road, but unless it's not providing fire access, it's not considered blocking the road. I'm just talking about Butterfly Lane. If a road has center lines or fog lines or things like that, it's a different situation. But on Butterfly Lane, with the speeds it has and the configuration it has, blocking the road would be narrowing it down more than 12. So there's less than 12 feet to pass. 12 to 14. I can check the number on that.
No, I think this is a concern, and this in combination with the issue that was raised in a recent meeting about the lack of a walkway along Channel Drive. These seem to be two issues of concern, since this is such a popular and highly used pedestrian area. I think that it would be a very wise thing for us to consider revisiting the restrictions in this area. And I'd like to see if that could be agendized.
Commissioner Brown?
Mr. Sneddon, we are celebrating a decade of this discussion, so happy 10th anniversary. This discussion has gone on for a very long time, and it's very complex because the ownership of part of the property is owned across the way by the people who live on the north side of the road. So getting everybody together, we did that once, and we have some actually excellent plans that could be pulled out and dusted off. But I think the problem is funding and getting the buy-in of those neighbors who actually own the property. So I would look forward to trying to do that, but probably it's a Montecito Association task first, and then when they get the buy-in, then we could look at, what could be restricted. So for temporary Band-Aids, how much fire department parking is down there? Because it seems to me that has increased greatly from the time that we approved the Coral Casino and the Biltmore. There's now red striping up, by most of the staircases. across from the patio of the Biltmore and then around on the side. I would really love a review of the need for that much red parking. If we could open up some of those parking spaces, I would certainly be sorry to lose the view of the Biltmore, but I think parking down there we only have 2 beaches in Montecito. And the community should be able to, and the entire community of all of Santa Barbara and people from outside of Santa Barbara probably need a place to come down and enjoy Butterfly and the Miramar. So if we could look into why there's so much red parking for fire trucks and emergency vehicles, that would be appreciated. Secondarily, I would beg, this is my umbrella hat, that the Public Works please enforce the right-of-way when people pull permits down there, to really look at those encroachments. Just recently, there was a man who was redoing his flower bed, and it was actually reported, and his flower bed went right back in all the way out to the pavement. And what we need to do, and I think you may hear me say this later on today, is we actually need, when these projects come through, to provide some area where people can pull their cars off, giving us a 2-lane road again. Because right now, we have a 1-lane road that's trying to accommodate pedestrians, bicycles, traffic. I would doubt on most heavy use days that a fire truck could even get down there. So I think all these things, could, if we take advantage of people filing permits and use that time to give ourselves to widen the road back out again, that would be very helpful. So I think those are my 2 my main things, but there is a very well-developed plan. Oh, and then my 3rd and final complaint is on Butterfly Lane. The county has, in its wisdom, decided that there's only parallel parking there, and we've had this discussion. Instead, it used to be pull-in, nose-in parking. And the county isn't fond of that, but I would ask you to revisit that, because we're really looking at a huge number of cars, difference in cars. Well, maybe not huge. Hate to use that word. Maybe it's not that abundant, but maybe you could tell us. But it seems to me that there are a lot more cars we're able to pull in, nose in. That's not a heavily trafficked street. That isn't the on-ramp to the Miramar. So if we can do it over at the Miramar, we certainly should be able to do nose-in parking over on Butterfly Lane. So those would be my 3 Band-Aid solutions. This doesn't answer the RVs, and at this stage there is no restriction to the RVs during the day. Thank you.
Mr. Sten, I have just 2 quick questions. Do you have any idea if there is a history of accidents along Channel Hill or Butterfly?
We did look at the collision history various times over the years. It's not to the level where it merits changing the circulation at this time. It doesn't trigger a threshold where safety, for example, it would qualify for a safety grant or something like that.
Okay. One of the concerns that I have, if you look at the map, the ramp that comes down from where you go up on Fairway, that the footpath that goes along what used to be Channel Drive and then drops down that hill, those 2 intersections there are there's lots going on there. There are people pulling U-turns, stopping and turning. There are pedestrians coming up the staircase off the beach, and then you have the bikeway coming down there. And having almost been hit a couple of times myself, I don't know how you control the speed of a bike, but it's a dangerous situation, and one of these days something bad's going to happen there. I don't know what the options are, if any, related to controlling the speed of the bikes coming down, but that actually would be not my major concern, but certainly a concern. Are there any options available?
We have been looking at that area. It started again with the collision thing and seeing if the rates were high enough where we could maybe get some funding to reconfigure it. But we also just looked at what would we do, and it is a very unique situation with the different types of traffic that go through that area right there. we don't have anything specifically identified that we would do. It seems to be operating relatively safely. It does, and I know we do get anecdotally that people feel like it's not. And I know those bikes come down there pretty darn fast a lot of times, especially the thin tired ones. But we don't have anything specifically identified or planned for them right now.
Okay.
But if there ended up being a project looking at, like I said, at circulation more comprehensively, we could include that as something to look at as well.
Then the other question that I had is, and it relates to the point that Commissioner Brown brought up related to the encroachment in the right-of-way. Has there been any recent analysis of how much encroachment is, and I'm basically talking from the Biltmore west on the north side. Has there been any analysis of how much encroachment there is in that area? If any.
We haven't put pencil to paper on it, but if you walk out there, you can see there's definitely encroachment. As to what's permitted versus what's not, I don't have a number off the top of my head.
Okay.
Quick question.
Well, those are things to be considered down the road. Commissioner Cole.
Mr. Snedden, on the bikes, would it be possible to have signage or some kind of speed bump? I actually come down there, I get a pretty good head of steam going. Guys like Jack are slow to get out of the way sometimes.
I don't know if we'd want to do a speed bump, but there may be some signage packages we could look at. Especially there are many more options coming online as they work through the system in terms of the bicycle and pedestrian signs and the things that are available to use. So I think in the coming years there may be some different things we can do out there.
Okay, well, this was more of an informational item than anything else. I think if we want to revisit this, the commission is going to need to indicate that. But Mr. Snedden, thank you very much for being here and walking us through it. Thank you. Yes, public comment.
Thank you. I didn't see this as agendized, so I hadn't turned in a speaker slip. Victoria Green on behalf of the Montecito Association. So we have been in some discussions with Public Works on the issue of improved circulation at Butterfly Beach along Channel Drive, and the primary focus of that has been a desire of some in the community to see some sort of walking path put in place there so that you'd have some separation of pedestrians from the vehicles and the bicycles. And it is something that we had, we spent some time talking about I guess like late spring, early summer. Chris came to one or two of our meetings. Public Works shared some information on the right-of-way extent. And what we decided to do was go out into the community for some discussion about that area and what people would like to see if we can build some agreement for a plan that could move forward. And our plan had been to do that this fall. Our fall's getting kind of busy, so I'm not sure when that's going to happen, but I'm hopeful that we will have some sort of community meeting in the near future to focus on that area and improving it for all the people that like to visit and use it on a daily basis. Thanks.
Ms. Green, thank you. That's good input. That's the proper venue for the community to raise something up. It's nice to know that you're working on it, and we'll look forward to hearing something one of these days. Thank you. I'll close the public comment unless there's someone else. So now let's move on to our standard agenda. Mr. Villalobos, you want to read that? Let's see, how are we doing time-wise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Cindy Souter, agent for property owners Brian Wolf and Michael Gruning, to consider case number 15 LLA1, application filed on January 20th, 2015, and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15305 of the State Guidelines for Implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. First, we'll start with the staff report. Mr. Ritterback, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Jay Ritterbeck. I'm the planner for the Wolf Grunning Lot Line Adjustment Project. Project site is comprised of two subject properties. They're located at 59 Humphrey Road and 57 Humphrey Road within the coastal zone of the Montecito Community Plan area, first supervisorial district. Both of the lots are less than 1/5 of an acre in size. They are both zoned 15R1 urban residential and currently receive existing public services from Montecito Water District, Montecito Sanitary District, Montecito Fire Protection District, and the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department. Additionally, public roads fully service the existing lots. Project site is made up of two legal lots of record and contains an existing duplex on parcel 1, labeled here, and an existing single-family dwelling on parcel 2. As discussed within the staff report, the dwellings were constructed in the early 1900s while the properties were under common ownership. Primary dwelling was constructed with frontage along Humphrey Road, and the secondary dwelling was constructed at the rear of the property as a duplex. At the time of their construction, it was not uncommon for structures to be built across property lines as long as those properties were, again, under common ownership. Today, the lots are under separate ownership, and the property owners are seeking to remedy the situation where their non-conforming homes are precluded from substantial improvements and any renovations due to each of them straddling the property line. If approved, the subject lots would remain non-conforming as to size, which is required 15,000 square feet as a minimum. Also would be non-conforming as to width, which is 90 feet minimum. However, the dwellings themselves would be mostly conforming as to setbacks. There is one section on parcel 1 where the structure would not meet the required setback and would remain non-conforming. No structural development is proposed as a part of this project. However, the project would enable them to receive approval of the project would allow them to receive appropriate coastal development permits to legalize all of the existing unpermitted development that has occurred over the years on the sites. These include decks and a small addition on parcel 1, and on parcel 2, two sets of decks. As a result of the lot line adjustment, parcel 1 would decrease in size from 8,029.2 square feet to 6,916.3 square feet. Parcel 2 would increase in size from 7,122 square feet to 8,256.7 square feet. Project is exempt from environmental review based upon Section 15305 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, which exempts minor lot line adjustments on properties with average slopes of less than 20% and where no new parcels are created. As proposed and conditioned, the project is consistent with the county's comprehensive plan, including the coastal land use plan and the Montecito community plan. This is particularly as these plans relate to adequate services and the protection of natural and sensitive resources. Additionally, the project is consistent with Chapter 21 subdivision regulations governing lot line adjustments, since the requested lot line adjustment would not result in a greater number of residentially developable lots that did not exist prior to the adjustment, nor would it increase the subdivision potential of either of the affected lots. Lastly, the proposed project, as well as it's conditioned, it is compliant with the zoning requirements and allowances of Article 2, Coastal Zoning Ordinance, again, particularly as they relate to setbacks, building separation, parking, and height. Staff recommends that the Commission makes the required findings for approval of the project as specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including the CEQA findings. Determine the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to Section 15305A, which is specified in Attachment C, and approve the project case numbers 15 LLA1 and 16 CDP 59, subject to the conditions of approval, which are included as attachments B1 and B2, respectively. This concludes staff's presentation.
Are there any questions for staff from the commission at this time? Commissioner Brown?
Yes, I have a couple. If you could go back to the site plan, please. So the areas in brown and in those are unpermitted. Are they to be removed?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the decks and the additions can be legalized in one of two ways. They could be demolished or they could be approved via coastal development permits. So it would be the property owner's option if the lot line adjustment is approved, which route they would choose to take on those.
So we don't participate in that today. We don't request they remove the offending decks.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's correct. As a condition of approval, we are requiring that they come in for those coastal development permits. And the associated CDP has a 1-year life from the approval, so they would need to go through the standard process for CDPs, which they're in the appeals jurisdiction, so CDHs. They would come to you unless they requested a waived hearing, and that there was no request for a waived hearing. So again, there are some options that they do have. So you may or may not see this in the future, but it would be within your jurisdiction.
Great, thank you. That clarifies that. And then on the on this map also, what is the blue? I had a very hard time trying to determine what number 12. It says unpermitted structure area, which is is that just difference in the wood deck? It's a structure, not a deck. Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Answered
Chair,
that myself.
Commissioners, the decks are in brown, and the small additions on the homes themselves, a covered patio was extended. There's a shed that is also included in there. So they're just very small additions that again had occurred over the years, enclosing some patio areas as well as probably filling in some pop-outs and such.
Thank you for clarifying that. That was hard for me to see. And my final question is: Humphrey Road is a public street, not a private street. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the entirety of Humphrey Road in our records shows it as public road.
Well, then I did notice when I did, by the way, ex parte, I did do a site visit. I'm sorry. So I did go by there, and I noticed that there are signs out in front saying tenant parking only. And that might be one of the things we would want to clean up. I'm not sure that you can put no parking signs on a public road, so without the approval of Public Works. So maybe that could be something that could be addressed when you do, in case it doesn't come back to us.
Commissioner Keller?
Thank you. You have made note of the fact that there is, that approval of the lot line adjustment would not allow for, well, I thought it was on here, would not allow for any further subdivision, would not allow for any, there are several other things you said it would not allow for, but you didn't address the fact that it would, if they are now, the lot line is approved, make it possible for them to remodel, reconstruct, make additions, and this is, I think, what concerns me. This is already a highly dense area, and I'm curious now as to what the existing structures, what the FAR of the existing structures, and how they compare to the very, very small lot size. And I'll just backtrack a little bit. Being a member of the Santa Barbara Trails Council Board of Directors, I attended a recent Board of Supervisors meeting in which they looked at a lot line adjustment for the Las Veras project, which is north of the Bacara. And even though there was no development included in the plan, it was seen as the first step in developing the properties, and the lot line adjustment was refused. And I just see this request for a lot line adjustment as the first step in remodeling, redeveloping, rebuilding, expanding, or whatever, making the density of this area greater, and that's what concerns me. Can you fill me in a little bit, please?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, the existing homes would, again, need to have a CDH to do any expansion, any additions. That would be subject to the BAR's review. They would be tasked during design review to look at the FAR issue, determine the appropriateness of any additions, or if it was proposed for a demo rebuild, what that new house, what would be appropriate for that neighborhood. That would all be done during the review process for the CDHs. The existing homes could be remodeled. If it's completely internal remodeling, it would just need a building permit. But if there is anything that is structurally changed, it's going to, on the exterior, it's going to require that CDH application and associated BAR. So it would be reviewed.
I understand the process. I just know that given the propensity of the BAR for approving projects that are over the FAR, I wondered if there was any kind of restriction we could place on the project at this time.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Keller, I would not recommend that, placing any restriction on subsequent development. I think you need to allow the process to play out with both the BAR and with your commission's review of the project.
Are there any further questions from the commission at this time? Seeing none, does the applicant wish to make a presentation? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Montecito Planning Commission. My name is Cindy Souter, and I represent Mike Gruning and Brian Wolf, the owners of the properties at 57 and 59 Humphrey Road in Montecito. I reviewed the staff report. I agree with staff's recommendations for approval of the project. And in reference to Commissioner Keller's question about FARs, just to answer your question, I did do the calculations to see where we were versus anticipating this question would occur. The duplex on parcel 1, the upper parcel, is currently 1,310 square feet in size, and the residence on parcel 2 is currently 1,395 square feet in size. The existing FARs for the lots in their present configuration are just over 2,200 square feet. And then the proposed FARs in the proposed configuration would be 2,195 square feet on parcel 1 and 2,275 square feet on parcel 2. But what's really limiting the parcels is their setbacks. So I'm not foreseeing any extensive new development on either parcel following the lot line adjustment, with the exception of legalizing the existing small additions and pop-outs that have occurred over time, and then the decks.
I really
Any
appreciate you
questions?
providing that information. Thank you very much.
Any other further questions? Thank you very much. I'll take public comment. Do we have any speaker slips?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I don't recall if the whole commission has done ex parte disclosures,
We're
but
going
I'd
to do that
recommend that
in
you.
just a second here. We have no speaker slips? Okay, I'll close public comment. We'll come to the commission, and we'll start with ex parte or site visits. Commissioner Cole? No. Commissioner Keller?
I did visit the site, and I talked to the staff planner.
Okay, I drove by the site, and I have not talked to anyone. So we'll come back to the commission for deliberation and a motion. Any comments, questions, thoughts?
I'm ready to move the project as staff proposed, if the commission is open to that.
Is that a motion?
That could be a motion. I make a motion then.
All right. Do I have a second?
I will second that motion.
All right. Any discussion? Then I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes unanimously. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and come back at 10:40? call the September 21st meeting of the Montecito Planning Commission back to order. Before we go back into the agenda, I want to turn it over to Secretary Black.
So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out one issue with the training that is to occur in October. Following up from our retreat, I misspoke. We aren't really scheduled for Brown Act training. We were supposed to do CEQA training. And so we definitely want to do the CEQA training that we've postponed several times. If the commission would like Brown Act training on that day as well, I think Johanna's happy to do that. So, but I just wanted to get on the record that we're definitely going to do CEQA training. So
Okay.
would you like a quick Brown Act training as well?
Commission?
I think I have a limited attention span. I could probably just handle the CEQA.
Okay.
So we'll do CEQA, and if you decide you want to do Brown Act training, maybe we'll do it in November,
Okay.
if you feel that need. And then, is that okay?
Again, if we get to the point of having a joint MBAR
Might be a
meeting,
good time.
then I think that's a really good time, because so
Okay.
many of those are cross issues.
Okay. And then the other issue I wanted to ask the commission about is just an agenda management issue. So I've been asked when we think short-term rentals might come up, and the chair and I had a discussion, and I believe it would be safe to say that the public comment on short-term rentals will extend into the afternoon after lunch. But depending on timing, we may or may not do the staff presentation, which is pretty short on short-term rentals, before we break for lunch.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Good.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Villalobos, do you want to read the next item into the record?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Following is a hearing on the request of Eva Turnjock, agent for the owner, True Horizons LLC, to consider case numbers 15 CUP 32, 16 CDP 7, and 15 CDH 37, as well as 15 CDH 38 applications filed on December 3rd, 2015, and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15303E of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
I'm going to do it in right order this time. Let's have ex parte and site visit. I'll start on well, I won't. Commissioner Cole. Commissioner Keller?
No ex parte. I am very familiar with the area, but no specific site visit.
Well, I'm waiting for Ms. Brown to come back. I did have a conversation yesterday with the chair of the MBAR, Mr. Mendro, about this particular project and a couple questions that I had regarding the MBAR discussion. And I would just point out one of the things that he emphasized. We're not here to hear this entire project. We're here for a very specific subset of what they're asking for. And the house has previously been approved and all of that. So just be aware of we're being asked to look at the gates and a couple other things. So,
Excuse me, but we are being asked about the 3 components that are listed in the description, which includes the additional square footage to this second property.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Brown, we're doing ex parte and site visit.
I did not do a site visit, and let me see. I actually did have ex parte with Claire Gottstanker from the Montecito Board of Architectural Review, who gave me some history of the review process that they had on this project.
Okay. Now, we're to you.
All right. Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Sean Herron, Planner and Development Review Division. And the project before you today involves development on 2 adjacent legal lots zoned residential under common ownership that function as a single residential estate. The subject properties are located within the urban area of coastal Montecito at 1745 and 1755 Fernald Point Lane. Here's a closer view. The proposed development is on lots located within the Montecito Community Plan area and also within the Coastal Commission appeals jurisdiction, thus requiring a public hearing for the coastal development permits. A conditional use permit and associated coastal development permit is required for the entry wall, stone columns, and gate located in the front setback, since the columns would have a maximum height of 10 feet and the entry gate would have a maximum height of 8 feet 8 inches. Per Article 2 requirements, Fences more than 6 feet high and gate posts more than 8 feet high and the front setback require a minor CUP. As such, this project requires discretionary review and approval of the proposed development and is the reason why the project component is before you today. Now I'm going to walk you through each of the project components, starting with the new entry gate, wall, and carport at 1745 Fernald Point Lane. A 3,312 square foot single-family dwelling and 365 square foot detached garage currently exist on the subject property and would remain unchanged. The lot would continue to be served by the Montecito Water District, Montecito Sanitary District, and the Montecito Fire Protection District. Staff would like to point out that subsequent to the staff report being docketed, staff learned that some of the numbers and statistics on the site plans were not fully up to date. Correct height and square footage numbers will be presented in this presentation. Site plans and elevations have remained unchanged from those presented in the staff report. I've also prepared a Word document that will go through and itemize one by one some of the stat changes in the project descriptions and the conditions. The first component of the project is for a conditional use permit and associated coastal development permit at 1745 Fernald Point Lane to allow a new 8-foot high entry wall, new 10-foot high stone columns, and a 16-foot wide iron entry gate located within the front setback. This would replace an existing entry gate and wall and would be compatible with other entries on Fernald Point Lane, including the adjacent property. As you can see here, on the left side is the elevation shows the existing gate on the neighbor's property, and on the right side shows the proposed gate for 1745 Fernald Point Lane. A second component of the project is for a coastal development permit to allow construction of a new 336 square foot carport and driveway improvements. No other development is proposed at 1745 Fernald Point Lane. The third component of the project is for a CDP at 1755 Fernald Point Lane to allow construction of a new 600 square foot detached garage to replace an existing 200 square foot garage that will be demolished, conversion of an existing 136 net square foot greenhouse into a maintenance shed, new driveway, new motor court, new swimming pool, new 431 net square foot pool cabana with attached pool equipment shed, new 473 square foot potting shed, new 576 square foot utility shed, 292 square foot shade structure with seating area, replacement of an existing tennis court with an artificial turf soccer field, reconfiguration of the terrace on the western side of the single family residence that's currently under construction under a different CDP, new landscaping, removal of agave that's located within the public beach access easement, and new hardscaping. An existing storage shed on the southern side of the property is proposed for demolition. The lot would continue to be served by the Montecito Water District, Montecito Sanitary District, and Montecito Fire Protection District. The proposed project would include approximately 4,430 cubic yards of cut and approximately 3,810 cubic yards of fill, which this also includes excavation and recompaction, so much of the soil will be taken out and put back in the same location. Here's an elevation of the existing 136 net square foot greenhouse after being converted into a maintenance shed, and the proposed 600 net square foot detached garage that would replace an existing 200 net square foot garage. Here's a view of the proposed 431 net square foot pool cabana with attached 97 square foot pool equipment shed. Here's a view of the proposed swimming pool with a floor plan of the associated pool cabana, attached pool equipment shed, and patio. Here's an elevation of the proposed 473 net square foot potting shed and 576 net square foot utility shed. This is an elevation of the proposed 292 square foot shade structure with seating area facing the proposed soccer field. Here's a view of the existing tennis court after being converted into an artificial turf soccer field. As proposed, the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15303E of the Guidelines for Implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act. Section 15303E states the numbers of structures described in the section are the maximum allowable on any legal parcel. Examples of this exemption include, but are not limited to, accessory structures, including garages, carports, patios, swimming pools, and fences. The project would allow construction of a new entrance wall, entrance gate, accessory structures, pool, hardscaping, and landscaping, which is allowable development in the zone district and consists of a limited number of new structures and associated development. As discussed in section 6.2 of the staff report, the proposed project, as conditioned, is consistent with the county comprehensive plan, including the Montecito Community Plan and Coastal Land Use Plan, and applicable policies that pertain to adequate services, aesthetics, recreation, noise, cultural resources, flood control and erosion, traffic and circulation, and biological resources. As discussed in section 6.3 of the staff report, the proposed project, as conditioned, is compliant with the zoning requirements and allowances of the 1E1 zone district, particularly as they relate to allowable uses, setbacks, height, size, and protection of designated environmentally sensitive habitat. It's worth mentioning that portions of the proposed development would be located within designated environmentally sensitive habitat. However, staff confirmed during a site visit that concrete channelization has resulted in this section of the creek not qualifying as ESH. As demonstrated by this image, the concrete channelization, which was paved possibly dating as far back as the 1920s, has precluded the establishment of any native riparian habitat in the areas with the proposed development. Nevertheless, as discussed in section 6.2 and 6.3 of the staff report, the proposed development meets all applicable development standards in section 35-97.8 through section 97.19 of Article 2 for projects located within designated ESH. Staff recommends your commission make the required findings for approval, determine the project is exempt from CEQA, and conditionally approve the conditional use permit and coastal development permits subject to the conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Commissioner Brown.
Yes, Mr. Heron, thank you very much. Could you expound a bit on the Board of Architectural Review on page 17 of your report? It says the review of as the BA, they were mixed as to whether the wall height should step down 6 feet away from the gate toward the creek or to the west. So is this the 6-foot wall that you're that's going to be needing the CUP? Was this the wall that was under issue? Oh.
Yeah, so this elevation right here shows the proposed wall. And so like I said in the staff report, some of the numbers were a little bit off as they're presented in the presentation just now. It was the correct numbers. And I have a condition slide to show you where the changes would be. So the wall it's currently being proposed and was last presented was this same elevation. And the number is actually, in fact, 8 feet for the wall and 10 feet for the stone columns. And the BAR was mixed about if the wall should step down further once it moves away from the stone columns or not. As the applicant is showing here, they show that it would basically be flush with the height of the neighbor's wall. And on the side to your right is the creek, so there's no neighbor entrance wall on that side. The way it's conditioned is for the BAR condition, it's the actual final design of the wall is subject to their final approval. So it needs to go back before them to finalize that. And so it's left open for them to do that. However, as it's being presented today, we would like to see the final wall that's presented for the BAR to substantially conform to these plans before you today.
So I think what they may have been looking for was maybe even our recommendation. So what I'm curious about is that in one of the slides, it shows, I'm not sure how to show you this. They're not numbered. It says entrance gate and wall to be replaced. And it shows that the wall slopes down, that the creek slopes, and so the wall gets bigger. In other words, so that's what I was trying to see, is the height request simply to keep the, maybe I should give you this, so that you'll know what I'm talking about. Somebody could put it on the.
I see. I can go to this slide.
Yeah, we're close. That's pretty close. No, go back. And maybe even one back. See, so well, look, that's fine. That's perfect. That's exactly where you should be. So you notice out at the street, the wall is probably 6 foot. And then if you look carefully, you'll see as it gets toward the ravine, it probably looks like an 8 or 10 or 12 foot wall, because obviously it slopes down toward the. So is that what is driving the height request, or just the aesthetics?
Mr. Chairman, as a commission, I believe it's more aesthetic-wise. I think from the angle of this, it looks like the height of the wall changes, but from the site visit, I can confirm that this height of the wall is more or less flush and the same height the whole way. Now, this is the existing wall, and the proposed wall would be located a couple feet back from this wall. And then under a different permit, Public Works is actually replacing this bridge, and we'll be doing different landscaping in here under a different permit, which will eventually be before you in the coming months. As far as it stepping down, once again, I believe it was a question of aesthetics. So
It's not topography, it's aesthetics. Thank you.
Correct.
That's perfect. That's all I need to know. Can I have my picture back?
Can we ask questions about the wall at the same time, or do you want Jamie to ask all hers?
Actually, I think that concludes my questions. Thank you very much.
Oh, because I have
Commissioner Kellogg.
quite a few questions, if you don't mind. The current height of the wall is what, please? So what we're looking at is,
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I don't have the actual number, but if I were to estimate, I would say it's somewhere between 5 and 6 feet, probably closer to about 6 feet tall.
okay, and so then you're saying that in our packet, where it says they're asking for a conditional use permit for a wall of 5 foot 10 inches and columns of 10.6, that they're actually asking for an 8 foot entry wall and new stone columns of 10.6. Is that correct?
10 feet.
Mr. Chairman, as a commission, it's an 8-foot wall and 10-foot tall stone columns.
And so currently, how tall are the neighboring wall? There's that other picture that shows the front of both of them adjacent to each other.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I believe it's approximately 8 feet also, because as you can see, the proposed wall is going to be more or less flush with the neighboring wall.
I see that, but I'm just wondering if that's accurate, since your other measurements were not.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, as this is shown here, this has remained unchanged, and the numbers shown here are correct. It was more of a question of in a statistics sheet included with the plans where the numbers were shown differently.
Well, they're also shown differently on the description, so.
And Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the description numbers came from the statistics sheet,
Okay,
and these are the plans. These are the same plans that you were seeing in the staff report, but the numbers were slightly off.
thank you.
Are
yeah.
these the same plans that the MBAR saw?
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
And another question about the channel. So if you go back to the channel, please. Now, there's a plan to put a hedge along that channel wall, I understand, but will they retain that chain link fence?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that can, yes, they are planning to keep the chain link fence.
And how high is that chain link fence?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, maybe it would be better to refer those questions to the applicant.
Oh, no, I was just wondering, because that was maybe one of the things that was fueling the step down of the wall, was in order to sort of tie in a little better to the chain link fence, which is readily visible from the road. So,
And Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I've been signaled by the applicant that the chain link fence is 6 feet tall and on top of the existing paved retaining wall.
Which is raised, elevated a bit above ground level on the east side.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, let me see if I can get the pointer. This is, sorry, it's going a little crazy. Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. As the wall is right here, it's more or less flush with the existing topography on the side where the proposed development is.
Thank you. Now, I was just wondering the net height. And then when you talk about discrepancy, there was also a lot of square footage discrepancy between the description we were given and the description given to the MBAR. And did you correct that somewhere as well? I'm talking about square footage in regard to component 3, which was all the various accessory structures.
Mr. Chairman, as a commission, yeah, what I have here is it's still going to be returning for portions of the project. Still need to return for preliminary and final approval, and portions just need to return to BAR for final approval. So the final project descriptions will be more solidified after your review of the project. And just so you can see also what I'm talking about here is I've prepared a Word document that shows some of each of the project descriptions, and it has strike through underline of where the changes would be, which could be incorporated into the action letter to correct some of those discrepancies.
I'm sorry,
Do we have a copy of that?
Mr. Chairman, as Commissioner, you don't have a copy of that.
Oh, well, that would be helpful. Because also, I was trying to figure out the amount of new square footage that was being added under the proposed component 3. And I have a couple of questions about that, which you haven't yet addressed. May I ask those questions? Okay, in your description, it says that the cabana is 431 square feet, and the attached equipment shed is 97, and then it says 752 gross square feet for the entire structure. So I'm just wondering how you get from 431 and 97, which makes 528, to making it 752 for gross. That's an incredible difference.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the first numbers you're seeing are the net square footage, which are measured in the basically inside of the walls of the structure. And so that's why there's one for the pool cabana and one for the utility shed.
Yes, I know
and then
that,
the gross
but
one.
usually there's not quite such discrepancy between the net and the gross. Is that because this takes into account some connecting structure or some paved structure that makes a 25% difference in the measurement?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, you could also refer this question to the applicant, but from my experience, it is common to see the gross square footages being fairly substantially larger than the net square footages.
Okay, well, because I added up just the net square footage and came up with a total of 2,820 square feet to be added and 200 to be demolished for a net increase of 2,620. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the final square footage numbers of the structures, there were a couple, but they were actually, let me see here. So as you can see here, they're actually smaller. So the utility shed, rather than being 635 net square feet, is actually 576.
Could we have a copy of that new document that you're referencing? Okay, great.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we don't have a total of all the different structures combined. I don't think that's included anywhere in the staff report.
I'm sorry, you don't have that total? I just added them up based on what was in the staff report.
It's not specified anywhere in the staff report. We could certainly total it up for you if that would be helpful.
Well, I think it would be because it is a component of this request, and it makes a considerable increase in density on the project, combined especially with all the hardscaping that's proposed. And I think that's something we need to look at. So thank you. If you could do that, that would be great.
Okay. Are you finished with questions of staff?
Thank you, yes.
Commissioner Brown?
I'm sorry.
Okay. I think we should move on to the applicant's presentation.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Eva Terenchak. I'm the land use consultant for the property owners. They did ask me to apologize for not being able to be here. Unfortunately, Jonah's father passed away on Monday night, so they are en route to New York to be with family. But we do have the rest of our team here today, Barry Winnick and Yu Feng from Winnick Architects, and Robert Adams, our landscape architect from Earth Nowhere Landscape Architecture. I'm going to answer really quickly some of the questions that have come up, just clarify from our end as well, and then any more detailed questions that you have, Barry and Yuru can help answer. The wall gate combo question. So I just want to be clear, that was our error. It said proposed 5'10". The existing wall is 5'10". The proposed wall is at 8 feet, as has been shown on the plans and as reviewed by MBAR. The request for maybe stepping it down did not come from a desire to match the chain link fence, but more from the thought that they didn't want to create a visual kind of blockade at the end of the street. Subsequent to those minutes, there was a site visit that was done, and we talked about different alternatives. We think that we have a design now that they will approve, but we won't know until we're back. And so I'll get into that in a little bit later. But what we did is right now, in between the two properties you saw, there's actually a wall that juts out further. So we are going to push that back to match, to be even with the gates and the walls. And then, of course, our wall is coming back to match that wall as well. So everything will be significantly further back from the street than what you see. And then, as Mr. Herron mentioned, there's going to be a substantial amount of landscaping as part of the Public Works project. So we think, based on that, that we have concurrence, but it's not been done at a hearing yet. So that's still playing out. We do have 3 requested changes to condition language. I can do that now, or you can continue going through the plans, and I can come back at the end and go through that, whatever your commission prefers.
Why don't you go ahead and finish your presentation?
Okay, perfect. So there's 3 conditions, technically 4, because one appears twice, that we'd like to suggest some revised condition language. Can I? So the first one is the BAR condition, because of the discussions we've just had. Currently, that condition reads that all project elements and landscaping shall be compatible with vicinity development.
Let me interrupt you.
Yeah,
for just
sure.
Are we going to get a copy of that? Mr. Villalobos, can we get a copy of these changes that she's proposing? Okay. She's got them for you.
Do you want me to wait, or do you want me to? Yeah, okay.
I think it'd be better for us to have it in front of us. So. Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting, did you happen to have a slide of this newly proposed, what you just described for the gate? Do you have a?
We don't have a slide, but we have a hard copy that we can throw on Elmo if you'd like to look at it.
Well, I would be interested at some time
Okay.
in your presentation, seeing, because it's hard to really understand what it was you were
Sure.
proposing.
Hold on a second.
Was that your question is about what she just said about the setbacks?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was very difficult for
Yeah,
me to follow as
I'm
well.
sorry, I try hard, but I couldn't
Yeah, no
quite
worries, no worries.
visualize it. So if you have something that can show me,
Okay, I'll have Barry come up and do that while
oh,
we're
that
waiting
would be
for those
great,
copies.
thank you.
Okay.
Mhm. As long as we're waiting, might as well accomplish something.
Hi, members of the commission. It's Barry Winnick with Winnick Architects. So I actually thought we'd be probably saving this more of a discussion for Montecito Board of Architectural Review, but I'm happy to share this. So I do have two images here that we can hand out hard copies to you and also put a copy on the overhead. And this shows what we presented.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a second. We've got air conditioning running up here that's kind of
So
a
I'm not
rumble.
loud enough?
So if you can speak up a little bit, it would be helpful.
I will. It's kind of a limp mic. There we go. It doesn't, sorry about that. Here, I'll hand these out.
Thank you, David.
So you have two copies in that package. The top copy is what was on the screen before, and the the second copy is the alternative. And I would like to kind of bring the discussion from Montecito Board of Architects review here then. There really wasn't consensus, which is why we want to go back to them. What they asked us to do at the last meeting, and we had a site visit with them, is they said, look, could you go back and study this? So we went back and studied it. The second option that we're showing on the page, I'm actually not in favor of, but I did want to give it, a fair try and look at it. And actually, I have to push that thing up just a little bit. Is that as far as it goes? It was important to see the full plan. So what you're seeing, and I didn't bring a pointer with me, but you can see this. The gates, our gates, step way back behind the neighbor's gate, which is to the left. So that dark, looking in plan, the dark lines that you see line up, touching the neighbor's gate, and that's at 8 foot. And then it recesses going back to the south towards our site and hits the two columns. You see the columns on either side. So we're in a recess. And then as you come around the corner, down page, coming back towards the street, and then it elbows to the right. That all would be at 8 feet in this alternative proposal. Thank you for this pointer. Thanks. So this is right here is where we touch the neighbor. This is where the wall comes up 8 feet. Here's the 10-foot column, 10-foot column, 8-foot wall, 8 foot, and then at this point, propose changing it to 6 foot. That's what Montecito Board of Architectural Review asked us to look at, and particularly one of the members. And the thought on that was simply that perhaps it would be less apparent seeing the wall. But one of the things that we're aware of, and so here it is in elevation. You're 8 feet, 10 feet, 8 foot, then down to 6 foot. What this doesn't show, and is just going to be presented, I think, this coming week, is that there's the bridge project, and that bridge project is actually going to make this area, there's going to be things in the foreground that we actually don't have control of that's going to add more complexity. So our feeling is that by having the wall just as a simple backdrop, less complexity, and then the bridge project, whatever it has to be in the foreground, having a simple, consistent wall actually makes the most sense. But anyway, really what we're asking for today is that this project as proposed with the wall, whether it's at 8 feet or 6 feet at that portion, be found approvable, and then allow Montecito Board of Architectural Review make the final determination on it. And I would have this exact same discussion with them. So anyway, that's the presentation of that. We can return back to to Ava's presentation.
May I just ask how far it is set back? The pillars are from, how large is this vertical space here on the right, on the left, I mean?
You're asking about this dimension.
Yeah, how far back
It's
is
about
it?
half the width of this, so it's at least 7 feet.
7 to 8 feet.
Correct.
And could you, what do you know of the bridge project that you're describing will be in the front?
Well, there will be, they have safety rails as part of the bridge and a planting plan, which are all things that are, have to meet road regulations. So there'll be some kind of, guardrail. So our feeling is the cleaner and the simpler our project is, the better. And that really what you're going to be seeing in the future, we have no control of, and will be more visible, will be the bridge railings, in fact. So we're trying to do something very simple and, basically background. I'm sorry,
Can I ask him a question?
Well, so, this is the other thing thank you, Ava, for the reminder, and I'll let you get a chance. One of the other things that Montecito Board of Architectural Review asked us to consider is there used to be a wall here in the original proposal where I'm showing this, where the neighbor's wall comes forward and we connect to it here, or maybe it's our wall, but it's right on the property line. And they suggested that we cut that back and just go from the neighbor's wall straight to where ours is going back. And we thought that was a great idea. And in fact, when we went back to them, that was during the site visit. When we went back, we then proposed that. And that's, in fact, how we've changed the drawings. So we've taken on a lot of their comments, and it was a good recommendation.
Okay. Commissioner Brown?
Mr. Winnick, along that line of the MBAR, you just said something to the effect of that you wanted to go back to them and let them make the decision as to whether it's, I think you said 6 or 8 or 10.
That's what they requested. No, 6 or 8.
But if it's 6, you wouldn't have to be here at all because you only need a CUP if it's above 6.
This is true. So some portion would always be 8 foot. So the portion that we would go back to MBAR about whether it's 6 or 8 you're totally correct, is this portion here. Is right now we're showing in this particular drawing, this is shown at 6. What we presented showed the whole thing at 8. But this part of the wall would still remain at 8, and that would remain at 8.
Thank you for clarifying that because otherwise we could really all go home on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the gate posts are also 10 feet in those
I
requirements.
understand that, but I wanted to really clarify that 6-foot request because that's a big issue to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So just to go over the 3 conditions that we would like you to consider revising. The first one is condition number 3, and it's the first handout. It is condition number 3 on both 16 CDP 7, which is the companion case to the CUP, as well as 15 CDH 38, which is the 1755 Fernald CDH. So what we would like on both of those is to clarify that we need to conform to final BAR approval, not previous BAR approval, just simply because we haven't received BAR approval. But then also add this underlined language that I show that says, as a result, final square footage and height numbers may differ slightly from those in the project description. That's for the 1755. And then final height and design of the wall and columns and gate may differ slightly from those in the project description depending on final design approved by MBAR. We just want to be able to work in earnest with MBAR and their comments without putting ourselves in a position where we have to come back to your commission if the project is slightly different. So that's the first one, and I think that's our easiest one. Do you want to take them one at a time, or?
Sure. Any questions or from the commission?
Well, if you make changes that then require approval, you do have to come back. I mean, we can't give away saying that final height and design of the wall and columns may differ slightly. If you wish to make them higher than they currently are proposed, you would need to come back. We can't agree to give up that responsibility.
Well, I know that generally that isn't the case, so that's why we're asking in this case, given the discussion we've just had, if you would be comfortable with that, then that would be the language we'd ask for. If you're not comfortable with that, then that's, then that's the decision. But given that we know that there's going to be continued discussion on this, if your commission, and you can even limit it, if you can say it's fine if it's lower but not higher, or fine up to 10 feet or 12 feet or whatever it is that you're comfortable with.
Right,
It doesn't have to be
I think that language would
open-ended.
be better, as long as it does not exceed what is approved. If it's less than what is approved, then you obviously wouldn't have to come back. But if it's more, then you would.
Any other questions on that one? Okay. The second condition, which is the second sheet that Mr. Villalobos passed out, it's condition 16 on 15 CDP 38. This is a condition on signs. Currently, the condition reads, no signs shall be posted on the property subject to this permit which A, explicitly or implicitly indicate that the portion of the beach located within the public access easement is private or otherwise not open to the public, or B, contains similar messages that attempt to prohibit public use of this portion of the beach. In no instance shall signs be posted which read private beach or private property. So we are fine with the condition right up until that point, with the addition of
Which point?
the point where I just ended.
Okay.
We are proposing adding, in no instance shall signs be posted which read private beach or private property. We're proposing adding within the beach or access easement to the end of that condition. And then we're proposing removing the next sentence, which states, prior to posting, the permittee landowner shall submit the content of any proposed signs to planning and development for review and approval. So the reason we totally understand the condition, we totally are fine adhering to that condition. There is no permit or approval process for signs, no trespassing signs, beware of dog signs, those kinds of signs. And so we just feel that having that language is going to set us up for, as long as Sean is there or the mitigation monitoring case is open, it's easy. We can show someone and we're good. But 10 years from now, if they want to put up a beware of dog sign, there's no permit process for that. So having this requirement that P&D approve all signs is just kind of putting us into this little gray area. This is a condition of approval. If they don't comply with anything in this condition, the county can open up an enforcement case and we can deal with it through that process. But we just feel it's a little bit too just kind of open and uncertain. We don't know what the process would be. We don't know if there would be an appeal process if we don't agree with the approval. There's no standard set for that approval. So that's our thoughts on that.
Commissioner Keller.
And the addition of within the beach or access easement appears to make the signs posted, the private beach or private property signs, not permitted within the beach or access easement, but permitted within the private property. Wouldn't you read it that way?
Well, except for that, it may be allowed, but it's also saying that prior to posting those signs, we need to submit the content to planning and development for approval.
No, but I agree, but this is two separate things. You're asking to delete that final sentence, but you're also adding the within the beach or access easement, which limits the location of any signs posted. Instead,
I believe, and Mr. Herron can pipe in, but I believe that was the intent. That the intent was that in no instance shall signs be posted that read private property. It's that no signs be posted that read private property within the public access easement.
But is the within referring to the posting of the signs or the use of the beach? I think the language is unclear here. There needs to be no signage either on the beach or access easement or on the private property that say anything about private beach or private property. I think that was the intent. Correct?
Well, there's, I believe, the abilities to have a sign that says private property once you're on the private property, just not within the public access easement.
Fine, then we have to eliminate private beach because there's nothing about the beach.
There's no. Oh, yeah. We're fine saying that under no circumstances will there be a sign that says private beach. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's
Thank
totally
you.
fine.
Okay, yeah, I think that needs to be clarified.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. And then the last condition, this one's a big one. So this is condition number 14 under no future shoreline protected devices under 15 CDH 38. So this condition reads, by acceptance of the permit, the applicant landowner agrees on behalf of itself and all successors and assignees that no new shoreline protective devices shall ever be constructed to protect the development approved pursuant to this coastal development permit in the event that the development is threatened with damage or destruction from waves, erosion, storm conditions, liquefaction, sea level rise, or any other coastal hazards in the future. By acceptance of this permit, the applicant landowner hereby waives, on behalf of itself and all successors and assigns, any rights to construct such devices or to repair or augment the existing rock revetment located immediately seaward of the subject property for the purpose of protecting the development approved pursuant to this coastal development permit. And then it goes on and on and on. So the owners are completely opposed to this condition. We did ask staff where this condition came from. We've never seen a condition like this. They did let us know that this condition came from basically a settlement from a previous project where the Coastal Commission was going to appeal. And this language pacified the Coastal Commission so that they did not appeal. We don't know the particular facts of that case, but we want to walk you through why we think in this instance this condition doesn't make sense. The first is there is an existing rock revetment wall, as the condition implies. That rock revetment wall has a permit and has had subsequent permits for repair. As part of that permit, this property was required to provide that lateral access easement. And so we feel strongly that, that was given in perpetuity and the owner should be able to repair that seawall without issue in perpetuity. The biggest part of this is, even though the condition specifically states that it's for the development in this project, the closest structure to the mean high tide line as proposed is more than 70 feet further back than the existing house. So any repair to that revetment wall done in the name of protecting the house is going to be also obviously protecting one of these accessory structures. And we don't want to get into a discussion where someone comes back and says, well, you agreed to this condition and that repair will protect the accessory structures, and so you can't do it. There is really no reasonable scenario that we can come up with where a repair to that wall would only protect the accessory structures. They're to the left of the house, they're behind the house, and so it really is creating a potential mess for this owner and future property owners. And so we ask that it just be removed. It's not a standard condition. It's not something we've seen before. And if Coastal Commission staff does take issue with anything about the project, then we're happy to have discussions with them as well. Let's see, I just want to make sure I covered everything on that. Okay.
I know, I wanted to ask.
Okay. I'm going to stop you for a second. Commissioner Keller?
Do you have any visual of this current seawall? And when you reference the existing structure, which existing structure are you referring to?
The residence.
Well, there's two buildings, one of which is being constructed and one of which is the currently, I'm saying, which structure?
The residence closest to the ocean.
But it's not existing, it's being built.
Well, it's 90% existing.
Oh, I haven't
yeah,
seen
yeah,
the structure.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it's walled, roofed. I mean, it's just they're just finishing it up.
Okay, fine. Could you please show us where you mean by the seawall?
The seawall
Yeah,
is.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you can do it, Sean. You have a pointer.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, what the applicant is referring to is the existing house is under construction right here. This shows the footprint. And actually says it's more or less 80 or 90% constructed and built with valid permits. Now, the seawall itself, this bluish line you can see right here, this is still part of the property, but this is the public beach access easement. But in part of the access easement, this right here is signifying where the rock revetment has been placed. It was originally permitted sometime in the late 80s and repaired in the early 90s. This has been reviewed and permitted both by the county and by the Coastal Commission. So as she was saying, it's a valid, legitimate development in this area. Now, the closest development proposed to this project would be the pool, and the closest structure right here is the pool cabana. So as you can see, although it is back further from the house, it is still quite close, especially on, this would be the eastern portion of the property down here towards the ocean.
Excuse me, so the current condition, you propose no new protective device. Oh, this is the current condition, and it says no new protective devices, and you're talking about.
And it also says you're not allowed to repair the existing revetment wall, if you keep reading.
I have a question for council on this. We went through a process, the county went through a process a number of years ago in the zoning reformatting thing, and this repair issue came up. I think it had to do with stairways and that kind of thing. Is there anything in what the Coastal Commission said that has a bearing on what we're discussing here?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to give you a non-legal answer if Johanna wants to answer as well. She is welcome to. No, this isn't an issue that came up as part of the coastal zoning ordinance reformatting project. This is really an issue that's emerging in all of our coastal areas with respect to sea level rise and coastal resiliency issues. And the Coastal Commission has been very focused, and we're doing work on this as well, but they've been very focused on permitting new development adjacent to the coast that could be subject to future sea level rise effects. And they are focused on two issues. One is rebuilding of the actual structure if inundation occurs because people have put it in a place where it's not going to last. And then the second issue that they've been really focused on is shoreline protective devices. And they want to make sure that people understand that when they're building next to the coast that that they're doing it at somewhat at their own risk, and that if the properties are subject to inundation and are destroyed, that they cannot be rebuilt, and that they are not going to approve shoreline protective devices to protect those structures in the future. So that's the issue. This is admittedly kind of a complicated case because there's development that's already permitted and under construction. There's an existing seawall, but that's sort of the genesis of that condition. And it's been a condition that the Commission has routinely applied to projects. And Eva is correct. There was a particular project that we had that the Coastal Commission, I think, appealed. And we're trying to resolve it through a condition like this. So that's why you're seeing this condition. It's really probably the first time you've seen it.
I think there was.
You will, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just a warning. You will likely see this more, and you'll be seeing coastal zoning or coastal land use plan changes in the future as well to address sea level rise in a little bit more comprehensive way.
And then if I might add, as part of this development process, we did have to pay, the owner paid $5,000 for a sea level rise study that pursuant to the Coastal Commission's guidelines, that would show that all of the proposed structures would have their expected life expectancy, I guess, without the benefit of that seawall. And so that was a requirement of that study. We did do that study. We are consistent with those guidelines. We're consistent with policy. And there's just a huge hesitation on the part of this owner to say, we will never put up a new seawall. We will never repair this seawall, particularly given that coastal policy may be very different 40 years from now, 50 years from now. And so they think it's just a cleaner way to say, whatever the policy is at the time, that's what they'll abide by. If the Coastal Commission is not issuing repair permits for existing structures, then they're not going to get one, period. But they don't have to give up that right for themselves and all future owners in perpetuity.
Commissioner Brown.
I guess I'm a little confused here on the, so the county now has adopted this policy, is that correct?
No. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, no, I would not say that the county has adopted any kind of policy yet. What we've done, a couple things. We're working on sea level rise studies, coastal resiliency analyses, and then we will be bringing to the planning commissions and the board a proposed LCP amendment to address sea level rise issues. So I don't exactly know what that will look like. We certainly haven't developed those policies yet. So this is a kind of an emerging issue. I would say all up and down the coast, and coastal communities are dealing with this. The Coastal Commission staff have recommended, and the Coastal Commission itself has applied this condition a number of times. And so our application of this condition was anticipating what the Coastal Commission would want to see, Coastal Commission staff and coastal commissioners themselves would want to see in order not to have an appeal of this particular permit.
So for the county to not be appealed by the Coastal Commission, is that correct? By you grant the permit and then you have some concern that you might be putting the county at risk for an appeal?
Well, I'm concerned that the permit application could be at risk without it. And you know, if your commission is not comfortable applying the condition, you don't have to apply the condition, and we'll see if that raises an issue with the Coastal Commission and the Coastal Commission staff and results in an appeal.
Thank you.
So, but no, there is no policy.
Thank you
Just want to
very,
make that
thank
very
you.
clear.
Yeah, this is a I see how, okay.
It's evolving.
Secretary Black, if my memory serves, and it's possible it doesn't, I think within the last month, the Coastal Commission lost a case, and I believe it was in Orange County, related to this kind of issue. And I don't know all the specifics on it, but I wonder if it warrants the staff looking at that before we move further on this particular language.
So, Mr. Chair, I think that the case you're talking about, I did not read the case. I think I read an article in the LA Times about the case.
Same source I had.
Probably, yeah. And when I read it, it did not seem like it was this particular issue. I think they actually denied a permit for a seawall repair, and that was not upheld in court. So it was a little bit different than this.
It seems to me that there's a portion of this, not the entirety of it, but a portion of it that is analogous to that. I mean, this includes repair. So at any rate, I'm not going to play lawyer here because I'm not.
Neither am I.
Commissioner Cole?
Well, I am a lawyer, but I'm not going to play lawyer. But I do remember, I mean, these, I was involved with before climate, before, you know, the water rise was an issue, going back to the early 80s with Sandy Lane Cove. I mean, seawalls have been a Coastal Commission issue for 30 or 40 years. There's other things like the sand and public access. There's I mean, this is a complicated area that's been going on for 30 or 40 years.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cole, it is a complicated area, and it is an area that the Commission and the Commission staff have been focused on for a long time. I think now they're even more focused on it because, I mean, the preference is not to have shoreline protective devices because they do have or can have impacts on lateral access, they can have impacts on sand supply, they can cause erosion, even though that's really what you're trying to prevent. So depending on where they are and what the coastal processes are, they can raise some issues. So then the Commission and the Commission staff are looking at, layered onto those already existing concerns, sea level rise. So you've got, you know, a multi-dimensional issue going on, and they just think that there will be more requests for seawalls in the future because of sea level rise, and they want to forestall that. So I think that's sort of their rationale in how they think about it. But you're right, it's always been an issue.
Right,
with the Commission.
but here the applicant is maybe trying to distinguish by saying they have a permit, but don't a lot of seawalls have permits?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cole, yes. We have a lot of permitted seawalls in the county, and every time a seawall somebody comes in and wants to repair a seawall, it raises, some substantial policy issues that we have to look at.
Okay, let's continue.
That is it on our end.
Okay. Let's see, let me check. I think we will go now to public comment on this issue. Thank you.
Let me ask you one question, please.
Please.
I just want to make sure, we've been handed a couple things. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right things. So in our binder, we have the conditions of approval. that
Correct.
we've read. But then we have the handout with the changes in the wall and so forth.
Yes,
and
from
gate
Mr.
height.
Heron.
And then we have the BAR conditions handout with the language that we've been talking about.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think the conditions that staff is recommending are those that are attached to your staff report as modified by the dimension changes handed out today.
Right, so the
then you-
BAR conditions are things that they would like that you don't agree with?
We're certainly happy to go through and tell you our opinion about the various condition change requests, if you'd like us to do that now, or if you want to wait until after public comment, it's up to you.
Let's do it after public comment.
Okay.
Are you?
I would like to go through these because there are conditions for each component of the project, and it's a little hard to consolidate.
Do you want to do that now, or do you want to do it after public comment?
Would it be just, since we're on it, I would like to do it now, if
Fine.
that's okay.
Okay, all right.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, starting with the Board of Architectural Review conditions, we've been in contact with the applicant.
So we are talking about the conditions of approval that Eva handed out that look like this. No title, no, and it starts with one bar condition.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, so as far as the Board of Architectural Review conditions are, both of them are essentially verbatim repeating each other, so I think I could just concentrate on one of them. The only difference is it refers to the different BAR case numbers. So starting off with, when the condition refers to the previous BAR approval, staff is okay with changing the word previous to final BAR approval to clarify. As far as the suggested condition language, that would be added in. That says, final height and design of the wall, columns, and gate may differ slightly from those in the project description, depending on final design approved by MBAR. Staff is not as comfortable with adding that language, since we view it as giving MBAR substantial free rein to change the project. So what we would suggest is to not include that condition language, but include in the project description itself language to the effect that the new wall would be allowed up to a maximum of 8 feet. That would give them the leeway to have it at 8 feet with the step down, or just 8 feet. And we could have the stone columns as the same language, up to 10 feet. And we could use similar language for some of the structures too, up to the square footages that are proposed, which would mean that they could build up to that size or smaller, but they could not exceed that size without further review.
I'm very sorry, but I'm having trouble finding where it is in our packet compared to your handout compared to her handout. So if we're talking about the B4 attachment, that is under B of our packet.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, it's perhaps easiest to go to the handout provided by the applicant.
Okay, but I mean, this whole conditions of approval section, are we to forget that, or are we not to incorporate these into that conditions of approval section?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, what I propose to do is suggest the language changes. The Word document that I've prepared shows all of the proposed conditions that may or may not have changes. So it shows the 3 project descriptions with the changes to the height and square footages.
Right, but where is the original, please? That you're changing?
Madam, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, so you're relying on the conditions that are included as attachment B to your staff report?
Right.
There's B1, B2, and B3, I believe.
Correct.
So those are your base conditions. Staff has proposed some modifications to the project descriptions for each of those to reflect the changes to the statistics. Outside of that, all those other conditions remain, with the exception of the ones we're talking about that the applicant is requesting changes to. And so if you refer then to the applicant's handout, it's the BAR condition through number 3 on both the CDP for the wall as well as the CDH for the accessory structures.
Yes, I'm sorry. I know what you're referring to, but it's hard to find in our packet because it's not tabbed. Okay. Fine. I just thought we should compare them to the originals for accuracy.
Yeah. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just to be clear, I think Eva's shown the condition language in track changes. So, I mean, we can direct you to the condition in your packet, but it's the same language with the track changes shown, if that makes sense. I think it's just easier to have one piece of paper that we look at and try and focus on the conditions.
I think what would be helpful to me is I'll accept the thing that the staff has prepared, because I think those are just measurement changes. If I'm wrong on that, you'd need to tell me. What I don't understand is how I integrate this sheet with your sheet.
So
what is acceptable from this?
that's what we're trying to go through, and I think we were just having some difficulty on which documents we should be looking at. So
Would also, as he says, integrate. So I would like to see where our original document was and how their suggestions.
Then you would have to go to the permit conditions that are attached to your staff report and
Right.
refer to the condition in the right permit. So Eva has identified which CDP and which condition number each of them are, if you want to look at those. But
Okay,
what I'm
that's-
telling you is they're in track changes, so it's the exact same language as the conditions in the staff report packet. So
I'm finding attachment A, conditions of approval. Where's attachment B, conditions of approval?
Mr. Chair, CDPs are always complicated. So if you go to attachment B, and it starts with B1, so it's right after the findings in the staff report. Then you'll see there's the CUP, 15 CUP 32, and then there's the coastal development permit that goes with that, 16 CDP 7, and then you'll see attachment A.
Maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, I can't even.
I think I'm missing a document, maybe.
I don't think you are, but let me,
Yeah, could we take a minute?
Thank you for backing me up on this.
Yeah.
It's very complicated. It's not tabbed, it's all interspersed. Yeah, exactly.
doesn't have that.
Okay.
Okay, so back on 7, where did it say definition?
All right, but you can see why I was confused. Okay.
You have to look at the,
Yeah, I was the only one she didn't speak to. Yeah, I was 2, and there's no B2.
well, what she's saying is,
Thank you, Ms. Black. I am corrected. I have found the correct page. We can,
Well, I haven't. I'm
Oh,
the only one
okay.
who wasn't helped.
I'll take a oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Alex, go ahead.
It's all under attachment B. Mr. Chair, all of the conditions, the 4 sets of conditions are all under attachment B. And B1, B2, B3, B4 are not distinguished, so they're just sequential. So you have to look for the permit number, and then you'll find the conditions.
Mr. Chair, the attachment A label on the permits itself is just a product of the computer system, and it's impossible to edit that. So that's why we have.
So it's
Yeah,
an
so-
attachment A to the CDPs.
Yeah. So that's why we have to rely on the different colored separations that are labeled the attachment B.
You can appreciate why I was asking the question, because we don't want to approve something we can't actually see, so. Pardon?
I think it was 4 for 4 on.
Thank you.
So now
Okay.
can we go to the EVA's conditions, and
Yep.
Sean will walk you through our recommendations on those? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, as Commissioner, I can start sequentially in attachment B1. This is the 15 CUP 32. So the only recommended change by P&D and the applicant, we're in agreement with this one, is the strike through is the original language and the underline is the inserted language. So this is just basically cleaning up some of the discrepancies with some of the measurements for the wall. And so this would be to authorize a new 8-foot entry wall, 10-foot stone columns, and a maximum height of 8 feet, 8 inches for the entry gate itself. And so I think that the applicant is satisfied with all the other conditions for 15 CUP 32. And if I may, we can continue on to the next permit.
So does that mean the coastal development permit
Just-
application is also going to be revised?
No, we're gonna walk through each permit separately.
Okay, there's a permit right after that one, so.
I have a question. It seems to me that this discussion and the cleaning up of this actually belongs after we've had public comment, because
That's probably a good idea.
It's closer to action. So if, with your permission, I'd like to take public comment. Do we have any speaker slips? We have no speaker slips. Is there anybody here that wants to comment? I see nobody, so we'll close public comment. Now we'll bring it back to the commission. Okay. Now you can continue unimpeded, hopefully. So
They're done.
I will
There's no
ask a
public
question. If I understood you correctly, you're recommending, not here, but in the project description, to insert whatever language we want about not to exceed 8 feet, not to exceed 10 feet.
Right.
Whatever, am I understanding you correctly?
No, I think we've thoroughly, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think we've thoroughly confused you. So, I think what we were intending to do was to try and go through both our recommended changes to conditions and the applicant's recommended changes to conditions at the same time. And I don't think that's working very well. The only conditions we have recommended you change are the project description conditions in this document that just changes the numbers. So, assuming that that's what you want to approve, this is what we recommend
Okay.
that reflects the actual plan language. So then I think we should just set that aside, and then we should move to Eva's document
Okay.
and go through
But
the
may
con-
I ask a question in conjunction
Yes.
with that? So if we approve these new numbers, that means that all the permits that reflect the old
will be
numbers
changed.
will be amended?
Yes.
That was my only question.
Yes.
Yeah, thank
They
you.
would be amended, assuming that you move to approve this project. We want the plans and the numbers in the conditions to be the same, and the numbers reflect what the plans show. So then,
Okay.
I think we should just stop talking about the project description conditions and move to the several conditions that the applicant has requested that your commission consider changes to. And we will review those and tell you what we think in terms of a staff recommendation.
This feels like a rescue operation, and I'm appreciative. Thank you.
Okay. So now I'll turn it back to Sean to go over CD 16 CDP 7, condition 3.
Okay, thank you. And just to add, we will be also adding in the, oh, okay, sorry. All right, so now we're on 16 CDP 7. This is the CDP that's associated with the CUP for the wall. So where the project description we are okay with. Now moving on to the BAR condition. Staff is okay with modifying the word previous to final, which is also suggested by the applicant.
So I'm gonna stop this for one moment and ask that we put the conditions that Eva handed out on the Elmo so we can all be looking at the same thing, because going over conditions that don't have the changes on it is not helpful. So I've got to get David to switch the, unless you guys know how. I don't even see this. Hang on just a second. So, not that I expect that you can necessarily read this, but I think it's more helpful to have this on screen, since this is really what we're talking about. Okay. But you have it in front of you. Okay. So let's go from that.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. As I was saying, staff is in agreement with the applicant to change the phrase previous BAR approval to final BAR approval. However, we had concerns about the other suggested addition of language, final height and design of the wall, columns, and gate may differ slightly from those in the project description, depending on final design approved by MBAR. So staff is recommending that we do not include that additional language. We feel that the project description is sufficient in condition number 1, and that language is not needed.
So, Mr. Chair, if the MBAR if you were to approve the walls at, hypothetically, at 8 feet, and the MBAR said, you know what, we'd really like you to step it down still, it would be in substantial conformity with what you've approved. What this prevents is it going
to
higher.
9 feet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're not recommending that underlined change at the beginning, but changing final
Thank
to
you. That is what I
previous is-
needed you
yeah,
to say. Thank you.
That's what we're recommending.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to 15 CDH 37. This is the coastal development permit for. I'm going one at a time, one permit at a time. Okay.
It's this one. Okay. It's
No, just stay with Eva's. We're gonna stay on Eva's. We're gonna go back.
Okay.
Okay.
Now we're gonna talk about 15 CDH 38, condition 3.
Okay, so for this condition, this is essentially verbatim for the other condition. It's just specific to a different permit. So staff would make the same recommendation to rephrase it from previous BAR approval to final BAR approval as proposed by the applicant. But once again, to not insert the proposed language that says, as a result, final square footage and height numbers may differ slightly from those in the project description.
Quick question, Chair.
Commissioner Cole?
So, Mr. Herron, what about the applicant's thought that the language could have a maximum, and if it's less, then we're fine?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cole, we never put that in. So, I mean, if there are adjustments at the MBAR that result in a slightly smaller square footage, it's not a problem. Really, it just prevents it from going the other way.
What about the word final? You're okay with that?
Okay, now we are moving on to condition 16 from 15 CDH 38. This is in regard to sign restrictions on 1755 Pinal Point Lane along the beach. So as proposed, staff is in agreement. We could modify the language to possibly be more clear, but we are not in agreement with all of the suggested changes as proposed by the applicant. So as proposed, we are proposing that the second to last sentence would read, "In no instance shall signs be posted which read private beach and private beach shall be posted or private property shall be posted within the beach or access easement."
Since I wrote that, I think I understand my edits maybe a little better. It would read, "In no instance shall signs be posted which read private beach, comma, and no signs shall be posted." Oh, sorry, and no signs which read private property shall be posted within the beach or access easement, period.
Question? So I go back to Commissioner Keller's question. So does that mean that on the property itself, right outside of the house, but not within the access easement, not on the beach, they could have a huge sign that said, "Stay off my beach"?
No. It would read, "In no instance shall signs be posted which read private beach."
Okay,
comma.
"Stay off my," and they think of sand.
And no signs which read private property shall be posted within the beach or access easement.
Well, maybe I got up too early, but they can post a sign on their property as long as it's not on the beach and not as long as it's.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, but they can do it on their property. and
So,
say, "Stay off
so
my
they can
sand."
say private property. They cannot say it's a private beach.
Okay.
And they can only say private property
On their property.
not in the access.
Right.
But
So why don't we delete any reference to beach, period?
Yeah, because they could have a big sign that said, "Stay off my sand," or is that within the quotes?
So
aren't we covered by the fact that prior to posting the content,
they want that deleted.
I know, but you're recommending that it not be deleted, and I would agree.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was going to ask that same question. So I've seen this planner in action. She knows what she's doing. Do you have a process, or does it just go into Dr. Russell and you guys decide what you want to do?
Mr.
last
Chair,
sentence.
Commissioners, this was envisioned as Ms. Turnchalk alluded to, which is that through the permit process of this project, we have permit compliance, we have the staff planner, and that if they're proposing any signs, that it would be reviewed and approved sort of in conjunction with that final approval process. The scenario of if 10 years down the road the applicant or a future owner wants to put in a sign, it would just be a staff level sort of administrative sign off. There would be no permit or anything of that nature.
Okay, so you'd like your handwritten language and then leave in the last sentence. I'm assuming that's what you'd like.
We don't feel strongly, I would say, about that last sentence.
I kind of live in a black and white world. Do you want it in or out?
I think the question is more, do you want it in or out?
Thank
Okay.
you. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, and Commissioners, the difference would be somebody comes in, they show us the language, we say it's fine, versus we get a complaint about the language, and we have to go out and look at the sign. And we either agree or don't agree with the language on the sign. That's kind of the difference in implementation of this condition. I don't think we have a huge concern one way or the other. So it's kind of up to you.
And we could also add the language, I mean, because when Mr. Cole said big old sign, it makes me realize it's not just the content, it's also the size and the appearance. So is that the sort of thing that you would approve?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think the sign ordinance exempts no trespassing, we have a dog, those kinds of signs, but there's a certain area of the sign. I can't cite to you what it is today, but it doesn't allow people to put billboards up on their property saying stay out. So I think it's already addressed.
Commissioner Brown.
Not to belabor it, but the stricken line there was originally intended to be inserted by staff. Is that correct? And so therefore your concern about beware of dog would probably be taken care of, because as soon as the staff saw it was beware of dog. I mean, it just seems to me, yeah, thank you. I'm getting close to a comment, but it seems to me that we could just leave that and cover a lot of territory.
May I provide a follow-up
So,
comment?
Mr. Chair, the public comment and public hearing is closed, so unless the commission has a question, I would not recommend you reopen unless you have a question.
Let's finish the staff review of the.
Mr. Chairman's Commission, this is the last subject condition to speak of that was brought up by the applicant in regards to condition 14. This is for 15 CDH 38, the CDP for the accessory structures on the oceanfront property, in regards to no future shoreline protective devices. Now, as Ms. Black described earlier, this condition came from discussions with the Coastal Commission, and staff was directed by the Coastal Commission, working closely with them to include language such as this, which I included essentially verbatim from previous projects and added it to this project. Now, the applicant is proposing that this condition be deleted altogether, so that decision is up to your commission, and it's up to your commission.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I may, a couple of things. One is you have broad discretion in terms of adopting conditions for projects, with a couple of limitations. One being that the conditions are reasonable, and the second being that the conditions have a substantial nexus between what condition you're imposing and the burden of the project or the development. So as long as there's a connection between the two, which justifies the condition, then you can impose that condition. I did take a minute to look through. There was a trial court ruling in Orange County last month in the case of Capistrano Shores Properties LLC versus the California Coastal Commission.
It was a Superior Court ruling, which means it is not binding on your commission, and it may be subject to appeal, but we haven't received that or heard that yet. And in that case, it was a mobile home development, and there was a condition imposed on the permit that said, by acceptance of this permit, the applicant waives on behalf of himself and all successors and assigns of unit space number 12 any rights to shoreline protection that may exist under Public Resource Code section 30235 to protect the proposed new mobile home or unit space number 12. And the court did decide that that condition was not appropriate and required removal of that condition for several reasons, of which we can get into later. If you want, I can provide you a copy of this opinion as well.
Commissioner Cole.
So, Council, just a question on the second requirement, substantial nexus. I could be wrong, but it's probably a Dolan-Nolan nexus between the burden of the condition and then the benefit of the permit. So what's the nexus here? What would be the factual nexus?
Mm-hmm. So,
I mean, we don't want to make a mistake.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think the nexus is they're putting additional structures within the potential sea level rise area. And so
this gets back to
it's
Commissioner
basic.
Brown, 2,000 square feet of new structures, whatever that is. Sorry, thank you. Yeah, and Commissioner Keller, gotcha. Got up really early. So, yeah, so that would be the nexus.
But it's for your commission to decide if that's strong enough. And,
That's right.
you know, given that there's other development on the site, I can see the commission, you know,
Okay, I just
going
wanted
one way or the other on this.
I just wanted to get in the ballpark here. Okay.
Okay, I think you have completed the explanation. Bring it back to the commission for discussion of the proposals.
Are we discussing just the conditions, or are we starting with
We're
our discussion of the
anything,
entire
the
proposal?
whole project.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
I can jump in because I have a couple of issues, and they do go to the entry gate. The Montecito Community Plan, as you know, demands 6-foot walls. I think if we start going through the community and changing that without really good reasoning, then that becomes a problem. I am, however, inclined to go to Solomon's baby and accept the second proposal that was made today, where you have a mostly a 6-foot wall, but a small step up to 8 and then up to the 10-foot. You know, that seems like a middle of the road on that. But again, generally, and I think I had this on another project, when people come in for 8-foot walls, then you can see what happens here. Then the next door neighbor does it, and then the next door neighbor does it, and pretty soon we have 8 and 10 and 12-foot walls all over Montecito, which was exactly not the point. So I would, if it were just me, I'd go for a 6-foot wall. However, I am willing to, to accept the secondary suggestion, which was the stepped up. As to condition number 14, I would actually suggest that be removed and let the policymakers make drive that train rather than we trying to do it here. I think that there's too much ambiguity out there at this stage, and I think if the Coastal Commission wants to infer that condition, they will do it. They certainly have had fun with us in the past, so they'll let us know. The other two items in condition, I think it's 16, I would agree with staff's change and not the applicant's change, and the same with number 3, which is simply the 2 words final, and to take out the other suggestions. Other than that, I am willing to let this project go forward. It's been on the girders for a long time. I think the community would like to see something out there. And so I'm willing to let it go with the idea of a 6-foot wall, but I have a little room there, and we'll listen to my fellow commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Keller.
Thank you. Of the three components of the project, the first one being the wall and columns, I think it helps if the 10-foot columns are set back and the gate is set back. It's a little bit receding. I agree about the step down to 6 feet because I think it ties it in better with what's happening along the channel. And I agree with Commissioner Brown that unfortunately everybody goes one better than the next door neighbor or the previous area, you know. And so I mean, we see this happening with square footage, we see this happening with walls, and in this situation, I don't see that the extra 2 feet on the, in fact, I'm going to reverse that. I don't think there's any design benefit of having those stone columns 2 feet higher than the wall, and I would like to see them more in close proximity to the same height with the entire gate and the columns being lowered, just because it gives the effect when the gate comes up to a maximum height of, it was corrected to 8 feet, was that it, or 12 feet? 8 feet. Well, you see, it doesn't show that on this. It looks as though the gate is actually going to be higher on the ends than the wall is.
It's 8'8".
The maximum height of the gate would be 8 feet 8 inches from this portion here. Then this would be 8 feet as
So
proposed.
it is 8 inches taller than the wall.
Correct.
So I would like to see the whole thing move down so that the maximum height of the gate is no higher than the wall, and that the columns themselves, rather than being 2 feet higher, are just no more than a foot high. I'm just saying, I just want to see the whole project scaled down, because suddenly we've approved 12 feet high columns in this neighborhood, and the next neighbor that comes along is going to ask for 14-foot high columns with a 10-foot high gate. So that would be my preference. Then in terms of component 2, I have no problem on the new carport since they're demolishing the existing garage, and no problem with the driveway improvements. But I have great concerns about the third component, not only because it's adding a net of 2,600 square feet, at least according to the calculations I have, but at least close to more approximately 2,500 square feet of net square footage, but it's also adding a considerable amount of hardscaping. Even though the soccer field is permeable, the AstroTurf has to be laid on something that is not permeable. I mean, so that you have that whole area that was a tennis court, although right now it's a dirt parking area, but you've also replacing, there's decomposed granite all along the front. There's a very small area of lawn, and everything else is either paved or in raised planting areas or is hardscaped. And it concerns me greatly that this area next to a creek on the coast is almost all hard surfaces, which will not absorb, which will create runoff. And it concerns me greatly that there's this vastly increased density, which looks, when you have a cabana, an equipment shed, a new garage, a potting shed, a utility shed, a greenhouse, and a new shade structure, looks really like an incredibly huge compound that will accommodate large clusters of guests staying, even if they're non-paying guests, staying for extended periods of time. And I think that that is just inviting a lot of problems in this area in terms of traffic and the density of use. And this I just think we need to be aware of this and the potential for what is being proposed here. Thank you.
Do you, I have a question for you, Commissioner Keller. Do you have a suggestion as to how you'd like to see it scaled back, or are you just opposed to the project as submitted?
I am, in general, and I am happy to go on the record about this, opposed to the proliferation of accessory structures. And this, at 1745, 1755, is now proposing 7 new accessory structures in addition to a 10,205 net square foot single-family residence on a 2.3 acre property. I don't know what the permitted FAR, but it quite frankly offends me that this is being used to bypass reasonable limits on FAR, and I think that this amount of development should be limited. And I can't say which structures should go, but I think this is excessive.
Okay, clear. Commissioner Cole?
Yeah, I have a question about something Commissioner Keller said. So, soccer field, for instance, do we know the percentage of permeable versus hardscape? For instance, the soccer field is probably AstroTurf or one of those permeable surfaces, but is it laid on a non-permeable concrete surface, or is it laid on something that's permeable? When she says that there's a lot of hardscape, I'd like to know what the percentage is. Yes, state water, storm water, and
the soccer field is intended to be permeable. We have provided a cross-section showing the layers that will be underneath. It will be fully permeable. The other thing I just want to point out with regards to Commissioner Keller's concerns is the project is subject to stormwater guidelines, and and we meet all of those guidelines. We have a fair amount of permeable area throughout the project.
so when you say fair amount, do you have a percentage? Doesn't have to be exact, but
I
a rough
don't think
percentage.
we've finalized all of that. Do we have a rough number? I don't know it. Unfortunately, our engineer's not here, but he has spent a lot of time making sure, and it's one of the reasons why we're paying extra money to ensure that the soccer field, which could be impermeable underneath AstroTurf, will be permeable.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as Commission, if I may add to the county interprets decomposed granite as being a permeable surface also, and that does not get counted towards the stormwater regulations when we're counting the square footage for decomposed granite.
Okay, that was just an information question. So, on the project, I agree conceptually with Commissioner Keller. The accessory structures seems to be the current loophole in Montecito. I mean, here you have 7 of them. We see them on almost every project. I've seen more cabanas in the last year.
Non-existent pools.
Yeah, well, they're small pools, but another issue here is I've said it many times before. I really hate to design things on the fly here because I like the M-Bar. They have better architectural degrees than I have. But for the sake of moving this forward, I will agree with Commissioner Brown with the 8 foot down to 6 foot, the 10-foot height. It would be easier if for us, you can tell we spent probably an hour fiddling around with documents if everything was organized a little bit better. On number condition 14, the seawall condition, I've had my differences with the Coastal Commission before. I had $40 million in fines against me once as a trustee, running at $15,000 a day. So I don't always agree with them. However, here I think there's a substantial nexus. I think it's reasonable. So I would side with the staff and keep 14 in as a condition. I'm familiar with the area. So in general, I would approve the project. The other changes on the BAR condition sheet that we went through, I would agree with the staff on that. That is, delete the BAR wiggle room on both of the conditions. Having final is fine. And then on the signs, I agree with the staff language. I would keep in the last sentence that they propose to retain. In other words, I agree with the staff on that, which is also kind of a rarity for me, but I will. So I think that's it. Maybe that's kind of rambling, but I think that's where I would come out.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't address the conditions, and I just think I should because there's some discrepancies. So of course, there's no problem with the change in, now there is. Now that I've just said I would like to see the gate and fence be lower, then, the change is just to make it in conformity with what's proposed, so I can't oppose that. But I agree with staff's, just put my papers away, recommendations regarding the leaving out the final height and design of wall and columns and the final footage and square footage. I think that language should not be added. On condition 14, I would also agree to include what staff has prepared, although if we wanted to find a middle position, we could say subject to current regulations or current whatever ordinances or laws are in place at the time of requesting. That seems to be a way of making it less onerous in terms of doing a repair, or we could limit it to repair, and as long as it is not augmented. That's another thing I could approve. I think the concern is, I think it seems reasonable to allow them to repair as long as it is in the same place and size as has been. That was because in the condition 14 it says augment as well. And in condition 16, I appreciate your changing that to make the distinction I was trying to make between access and beach or access easement, and I think the last line should be kept in. So the only wiggle room would be on 14 if we wanted to limit it to allowing them to repair with limitations on how much they could, on any changes they might want to make at the time of repair.
Okay, any further comments from the commission?
Only if staff has any suggestion on language on 14. Is there anything that you might?
I think I have a sense that we're not at a place where we probably should approve this project today. I think we should continue it. I think there's some language that needs to be improved and and make sure we're comfortable with it than rather try to write it on the fly. I hear one commissioner who is, I hear two commissioners who are unhappy with the number of accessory structures, square footage involved in it. I think there's an open issue related to the entry gates and the columns. So I think you've identified those areas as things you'd like to see the applicant work on. Now maybe I've misstated it, but I'm going to ask. So did I correctly interpret your comments?
I think you did. I have a question on, or a comment to follow up with Commissioner Keller on condition 14. I think, for me, it's okay to have a factual difference. You can repair, you can't repair. But to tie it into, you have to be in accordance with existing laws is a little bit troublesome for me. You know, we're calling balls and strikes, subject to what, the review upstairs or something. I think we have to, you know, I wouldn't tie it in. I wouldn't, if we want to make an exception for repairs or something, I would make that, but I wouldn't tie it into existing laws and regulations. They have to comply with those anyway.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that wasn't clear. That was two separate thoughts. One thought was to tie it in with existing law, but then I said the other one that I think might be reasonable and might give them a little more room is to just limit or to specify what kind of repair can be done.
I see Ms. Black wanting to offer a comment.
Two comments, Mr. Chair. First of all, in condition 14, if you wanted to allow potentially repairs, you could simply delete in the couple of places that it references repairs and just leave the word augment. So I think that's a fairly simple fix. In terms of whether your commission is prepared to take action today or not, we are certainly able to provide you with the condition language that you need if your commission is ready to take action. And if you're not, and you're expecting the applicant to make changes, then I think you should ask the applicant whether or not they're willing to make changes before you continue. Because if they're not, there's really no sense, and then we need to talk about alternatives.
I didn't offer my comments, and I'll make them very brief. I think condition 14, I'd like to have the applicant have the clear, unfettered right to the extent we can give it to them to make necessary repairs. I think that makes logical sense. The rest of it, I'm fine with the other changes. I'm a little concerned. The illustration that we have of the entry is very nice. I don't really see a reason why the columns have to be 10 feet tall. And I understood your comment about the wall providing a backdrop to what will be done with the bridge repair and whatnot. That sounds fine, but I have no idea what that really means. And I would like to see the wall step down if you have to stick with the 8-foot wall. And originally, before I looked more carefully at it, I could understand the logic because of the neighbor's wall being that height. But when you step it back, it's going to be apparent that it's going to appear that it's a lower height. So I'd like you to address that if you are willing to and want to come back before us. I'd like to see that treatment of the columns and the wall redone, taking those comments into account. I don't know what to do about Commissioner Keller's concern about the accessory structures. I share that, but I don't know how at the end of the day, I don't know how I'd vote on it if we had to vote on it today. So I guess I am looking for the applicant to respond to whether you would take a continuance and come back before us next month with modifications or not.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Commission. I think at this point, we would prefer not to be continued. It sounds like there's not going to be concurrence on condition 14, and the owners, before they left, did let me know that if that stayed, they would like to appeal. So given the potential uncertainty on the board after the new year, we would, rather than continuing and then maybe ending up there anyway, we would prefer that your commission make a decision either way, knowing that we will likely end up at the board. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, just let me be very clear. So
Yes.
you don't believe your owner would accept the repair only contingency? They want the entire condition struck. Really?
Yeah, they have serious issues with preventing any future owners in perpetuity from ever building a bigger seawall, even if that becomes, the norm. We don't know what, with climate change and sea level rise, what the Coastal Commission or other coastal policies are going to look like 50 years from now, 60 years from now.
And do you do you personally think there's any jeopardy between leaving here and the Coastal Commission putting this a layer on anyway when you go to get your CDP?
We understand that possibility, and they're willing to take that risk and deal with it if that becomes an eventual possibility.
That's too bad, because I'd like to move your project along, but
I
it looks like
understand.
you've got a line in the sand there.
Unfortunately, that one, everything else that we've discussed is agreeable, but that one was a pretty hard line for
And
them.
may I just to be clear, if we approved your project but wanted to keep 14 in, you would appeal. If we did not approve your project, you would appeal.
Correct.
But we can still continue anyway because I want
Well,
to
and
pull
I
everything
should
together.
say, if you keep discussing 14, as of right now, if condition 14 stays and you approve the project, we would appeal. I don't know what your where your commission's gonna end up on that one.
Did I misunderstand you, or did I understand you correctly? That if we were to remove or make condition 14 acceptable to you, the other issues that we've raised, you would consider coming back before us? We're talking about the gates, the columns.
Right. We would prefer not to come back, just from a
We
timing
understand what you
perspective.
prefer, but-
Yeah, I would probably have to try and contact the owner and see.
Okay.
Well,
Commissioner Cole?
Well, point of question for you. I mean, we can also continue despite what the applicant wants, just because we want to take another look at everything and pull these 4 or 5 different pieces of paper together and re-permits.
So,
Secretary Black.
Mr. Chair, my recommendation is that you try and reach consensus on whether you're moving toward approval or and we've kind of heard about the conditions, but whether you're moving for approval or you're moving toward not approving it. If you are moving toward approving it, I think we can pull together what you need today. If you're moving toward something other than approval, either substantial redesign or not approving the accessory structures on the one property, then I think we would need to continue for appropriate findings. And we'd need to hear a little bit about your basis for that.
And I think, if I may,
Commissioner Brown.
yes, I think my question to the commission would be the accessory structures. I mean, if I'd like to know what the consensus is there. I too think it's a gambit and I don't like them and blah blah blah. But this project sitting out there on the end of Fernald Point like a great big ghost town, and these accessory structures, while annoying, aren't illegal. And if we could move this project along, say, with very strong words to the owner that, you know, we kind of know what's going on. But, you know, I just think, you know, in some way if we can get this done, we should.
May I speak?
Mm-hmm.
I think that unfortunately that's been the attitude about the Miramar. It's been going on so long and it's so ugly. We'll do whatever we need to get this project going. And as a result, I think some very poor decisions have been made. And I don't want that to be the basis behind our approval or not approval of the project. This is a project that's new to me. Maybe it's been going on for 20 years, but I see that this is pushing all the limits, and I think if we don't draw our own personal line in the sand, then nobody else will. And my personal line is saying, does this structure really require a garage, a cabana, an equipment shed, a potting shed, a utility shed, a maintenance shed, and a shade structure? Or are these ways to get around having more places where people can sleep, more places where people can congregate? And does it really need to have all this hardscaping? Or is there another way of treating the property? And what is the justification for having a wall and pillars that exceed what the community plan calls for? And if there's no flexibility on I think if they're not willing to have any flexibility on those matters, then I can't approve the project.
Okay, that's pretty
Okay,
clear.
well, I think I can maybe go down the middle here. Give me a, so I'm just repeating what I really said before with one change on number 14. The 8.6, 10-foot, agree with Commissioner Brown. I think the planner answered my question on the stormwater rules, permeable, even though we don't have a percentage. I don't like the accessory structures, but I'm not willing to pick and choose among them. They're legal. It's a loophole that I think we need to address broadly through Montecito. I'm sticking with the conditional language that the staff recommended, and on 14, I'm sticking with including it, but they would be allowed to repair, which is a pretty broad loophole for them. And if they want to appeal it to the Board of Supervisors, they can, depending. And I don't care what supervisors in power at the time.
Okay.
Is that a motion?
Would you like to make a motion?
I'll make my, what I just said, a motion to approve the project subject to those conditions.
And I would second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Can you clarify, so you would suggest everything that the staff has recommended regarding the conditions, but for including, limiting the section, condition 14 to repair only?
Yes, I think the repair only.
Deleting repair.
Deleting repair, yeah.
Deleting the prohibition on repair, I think is what you were
They
saying.
can repair. I think that's a huge loophole for them anyway down the future, but yes.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cole, the height of the wall and gate, just step down wall, but otherwise okay.
Yes, I understood exactly what the architect was
So
saying.
it was as Commissioner Brown framed initially.
Yes, I think their second plan had a 6-foot wall, and then it jumped up to 8.
Just
and then
wanted to make sure we're getting all of
posts
the.
at 10, yeah.
I'm stitching together
distinctions.
the staff language and the Brown
Got it.
proposal
Okay.
and the repair.
So
Exception.
everybody understand the motion in the second? You want to roll
Just-
call?
I
Or
will in just a
comments?
second. Just to be clear, the MBAR has the authority to make the changes to the wall and to the gate height if they so choose. Am I
To
correct on-
reduce them.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
All right.
Opposed? Okay. Passes. Okay. Let's see. We now have, it's 12:41. Let's plan to break for lunch, come back at 1:30. That gives us 45 minutes.
Do we just have a,
Make it fast, that's all I can say.
well, so it went out of business.
So, we'll adjourn until, what did I say? 1:30. we ready? Okay. Susan. I'll call the September 21st meeting back to order. And we're on item number, what is it? Three. Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Brian Bakes, agent, excuse me, agent for owners Catherine Wagden and Mary Ricks to consider case number 16 CDH 7, application filed on March 16, 2016, and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to sections 15301E1 and 15303E of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today we are looking at the Blogden Ricks Addition Pool and Cabana project, case number 16 CDH 7. The subject parcel is located at 1206 Channel Drive and zoned 1E1, and according to county records is 0.34 acres in size. The parcel is surrounded by similarly zoned parcels with the Biltmore Hotel to the east and the Pacific Ocean to the south. The project is for a coastal development permit with hearing to allow for first and second story residential additions of 747 square feet, non-residential additions of 64 square feet, which includes storage space and mechanical space, a new emergency generator, demolition of an existing 150 square foot shed, and a new 622 square foot cabana and associated pool. Grading would include 650 cubic yards of cut and 650 cubic yards of fill. No native trees would be removed. The existing single-family residence was designed by Harriet Moody of the Moody Sisters and constructed at the site in 1945. The residence was subsequently enlarged and partially rebuilt in 1997 after it was badly damaged in a storm by a fallen tree. The extent of alterations to the house were extensive and included expansion and rebuilding of the second floor, new roof and extensions of the rear elevation, and the reconstruction of the garage's north and west elevation and replacement of most of the fenestration. A Phase 1-2 historic resource study was prepared by Post Hazeltine and Associates, and the study concluded that the portions of the existing residence, including the street facade or southern elevation, garage doors, and the original fenestration on most of the southern portions of the east and west elevations, are all eligible for designation as a County of Santa Barbara Place of Historic Merit. The project went before the Historic Landmark Advisory Committee on May 9th of 2016, where the HLAC advised the applicant to retain the existing street facade or southern elevation as shown on this slide. Overall, HLAC's consensus was that the proposed project and any future alteration should be consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards and not compromise or affect the eligibility of the residents for either Place of Historic Merit or as a county landmark. As proposed, the project would retain all of the identified historic elements. The Historic Resource Study concluded that the proposed project would be consistent with the guidelines of Secretary of Interior standards and would maintain the eligibility of the residents for County Place of Historic Merit. The proposed project before the Commission today reflects HLAC's comments and would preserve the integrity of the existing historic street facade and other historic elements. Furthermore, a sufficient sightline from Channel Drive to the house would be preserved to maintain a sightline of the residents from public thoroughfare. The project went before the MBAR on 3 separate occasions and received positive comments. The MBAR commented that the proposed project would be an improvement to the existing residence and that the site layout and proposed cabana relate well to the existing structure. The MBAR appreciated the location of the first and second story additions, however was more concerned about the placement of the cabana. During their last review, the MBAR concluded that the cabana should be located further from the residence so as not to push against or crowd it visually. The MBAR also recommended that the cabana be downsized and designed to be compatible with the Moody residence without copying it. As recommended by the MBAR, the architect has relocated the cabana, lowered its height, downsized it from 731 square feet to 630 square feet, and used a similar architectural style to keep it in character with the existing Moody residence. The proposed additions would result in 2,843 net square feet, would result in a 2,843 net square foot residence that would be 7.2% over the recommended maximum floor area of 2,690 net square feet for a parcel of this size. Maximum recommended floor area exceedances are common throughout the Channel Drive neighborhood and range from 15 to 80% over the recommended floor areas. Furthermore, the MBAR did not raise any concerns regarding the project's floor area. As proposed, case number 16 CDH7 is exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15301E1 existing facilities and 15303E new construction or conversion of small structures. The proposed project meets the development standards of Article 2, the Coastal Zoning Ordinance for E1 zone districts. As proposed, the project is consistent with the policies within the comprehensive plan, including the Coastal Land Use Plan, the Montecito Community Plan, and the Montecito Architectural Guidelines and Development Standards. To conclude, staff recommends that the Montecito Planning Commission make the required findings for approval of the project as specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including CEQA findings, determine that the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines section 15301E1 and 15303E as specified in Attachment C, and approve the project case number 16 CDH7 subject to the conditions included as Attachment B. This concludes my presentation. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if this elevation that you showed us reflects the lowering height and smaller size of the proposed cabana.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that is correct, it does.
So the current cabana is still, I'm trying to figure out the height, which is 15 feet 3 3/16 inches high. Just to confirm, that looks like what they're saying.
Excuse me. Mr. Chair and Commissioner Keller, that is correct.
And it is 633 square feet?
I believe it is 631 square
31?
feet.
No, it's just that, which,
Or 627.
it's just that the photos that you've provided, or at least it was on this sheet, that somehow make it appear as big as the house, and that was very misleading. Yeah, this, I mean, it looks like it's the same size as the house, which is very odd.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Keller, I believe that's just the visual simulation and the angle.
Well, still, you look like you have two residences on the property, so that was confusing. It's hard to believe that there isn't a better perspective that would give a better balance of the buildings, because this is the view that you would have from Channel Drive.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, those are the actual architectural drawings. So your question might be better addressed to the architect, but we can tell you that the sizes that we've put into the staff report are the sizes that are reflected on the actual drawn plans.
Okay, I will,
Okay.
thank you.
Any other questions at this time? Yeah, that's what I was going to do. I want to pull the commission ex parte site visits. Commissioner Cole? Commissioner Keller?
No specific, but site visits due to the extensive involvement we had with the project next door.
Okay. Commissioner Brown?
Yes, I actually went on the MBAR site visit with the MBAR, which I was reminded of because I actually had a conversation with Brian Banks recently, and we talked about the front encroachment road area and the parking issue, which we'll talk about maybe later on. But thank you.
I'm familiar with the property, walk by it frequently, so. If we have no further questions of staff, I'll turn it over to, at this time, to, you have, yes, to the applicant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Brian Banks, and I'm the agent for the property owners. Also have Danny Longwell, architect, and Scott Menzel, landscape architect here for you. Thank you, Commissioner Brown, for reminding me. We do have some details on the curb that we can take you through. Staff's done an excellent job of summarizing the project. Accurately recap the BAR. It was a bit interesting. The first meeting, we were very concerned, about the additions and how they would play. We understand the complexities and some of the interest in Channel Drive, so we've really worked hard to keep everything in back and low and all of those things. And we spent most of the time talking about the Cabana and if it should go here, we should push it back. So what we'll do is we'll take you through real quick. I've got a very brief presentation that I think could answer some of the questions, and we'll get to the curb. Thank you, Dave. Perfect. We all know where the project location is. Here's an aerial photo that I thought was helpful just to kind of get a bit of context of the neighborhood. This area, unlike further west down Channel, this is kind of in a little bit of a bowl topographically. So I know there have been other projects down the way that have had some bigger sightline issues and public view issues as viewed from Channel Drive and the beach looking up towards the mountain. Lucky for us, we don't have those here because of the topography.
May I ask a question?
Of course.
When was this aerial photo taken?
This was from the Coastal Records Project, and I believe it was 2013. Because you could see the Van Wolfswinkel project, which is immediately adjacent to ours, is not under construction
That is not
yet.
reflected in this photo.
No,
Okay,
I think it was
thank
2013. Excuse me, project description. Ms. Lair's gone over that with you already. So we'll touch on this just briefly. Yes, indeed, 3 trips to the M-Bar. We actually were invited and presented at the Montecito Association Land Use Committee meeting to inform them of the project because of the interest in the Channel Drive neighborhood. Not a lot of questions, not a lot of comments, but we see that that it must have been okay because we haven't received any letters or comments from them. And then, of course, the HLAC review on May 9th, which was a very important meeting for us. Commissioner Keller, it was a little misleading, that one rendering view or perspective view. This is really kind of the best one. This is an accurate size and height as you would see the project from Channel Drive. And then I'll have some photos of that Commissioner Brown saw when she was at the site visit of the story poles too. That'll help. So these are project sections taken through 2 portions of it. One south out towards the street in Channel Drive, which you can see the tree there. And then there's actually 2 trees, I can't remember the species, a cypress or a pine on Channel, near Channel, and then we have a large palm tree. And that's where we're taking advantage of that location to put the Cabana. And then the top section would be kind of split through the middle. And so the outline at the right is the approved Van Wolfswinkel project that's under construction now, and on the left-hand side is the existing neighbor on the west-hand side. Landscape plan, we can come back to this if you'd like. Site layout, though, in terms of that question about size and comparison. And then I think these are important for the commissioners that weren't able to make it to the site visit. These are I've taken these photos. These are just natural, no zoom from my digital camera. And the idea here is that it's very well screened from Channel Drive. And that's so much so that I had to actually put in the little arrows to show where the flags from the poles were. Now you can see a little better as we're closer in where the addition's going on the back of the structure. And this is where the bulk of the remodel is going to happen on the second floor. And it's really kind of a cleanup for, as Ms. Lair said, in '97 they did extensive work for storm repair and changed really drastically the layout and the framing system for the second floor. And it's kind of interesting, multiple layers there, and we're going to clean all of that up. So in summary, we had a great meeting with the M-Bar on our last meeting, and the HLAC that supported the project in terms of the historic significance, and we confirmed with the HLAC that our project would be in character with the Moody Sister design, and we're keeping all of the important historical aspects, which again are the southern portion of the dwelling. No public or private view impacts, and we've tried to keep the grading down to the extent we could, given what we have to do for stormwater and permeability. Conclusions, and we'll skip right to the path and curb detail in case there are specific questions that Commissioner Brown had of that.
I'm trying to, may I
Please.
ask a question? So give me a little orientation
So
here.
what we've done here is we've taken a section of our larger landscape plan that would be here, and we've just focused it. These are the gate pillars. This is Channel Drive, and this is the path that we're proposing. Essentially, what's there. So this is the property line.
And how wide is the path?
The path is approximately, I would say, 4 feet. 4 feet wide.
Great. And when I was out there, there was a curb. What's the situation on the curb?
Correct. So I think we have it in this photo. I think it shows it maybe one back. No, I think that's probably the one we're going to get.
Looks like there's a little one right there.
Yeah, there you go. There is an existing curb, a traditional square curb, and again, it's all within the road right-of-way. Some of the comments that we heard at the MBAR meeting was that the MBAR encouraged, as the community plan encourages, a nice pedestrian path on that side of the road. So we're going to obviously include that work within the right-of-way. What they didn't want to see was any more hard rectangular curbs, and I'll leave it to the experts, but I think it's a psychological issue. So if you have a curb like that, then people are really worried about getting too close to it and running into it and scuffing their tires and rims and so forth. So they set themselves back 12 or 18 inches, and all of a sudden now you're crowding the road itself. And so I think what the result was this curved curb, which would allow folks that park on the road, they would kind of pull up to it and feel it and be able to get that much closer. So they're not trying to stay away from a hard curb surface. They're actually able to pull right up to it, feel that it's there, park their car there, and save that 18 inches or so. Plus, it doesn't look as urban in its scale by not having a square curb. So this was the design that was provided to the MBAR that would satisfy both, I think, the MBAR comments and then the engineering requirements of county roads, because we do have to provide for the drainage and have some sort of curb there.
So, Brian, is this like a gutter? In other words, can I drive my wheel over this thing?
So,
this
yeah, so this
structure?
would be the road surface there, and then it does do a bit of a gutter, like a drainage surface, and then it's rolled. So that's the key there, is that it's a rolled surface there rather than a square, a hard curb, and it's much lower than a curb, a traditional curb as you would think about a sidewalk curb and gutter system would be. So it allows you to kind of roll up onto it. You could even park on top of it if you wanted to, if you needed to have some extra room.
So what's the infill? That's where I was going. So what's the infill of this surface?
This is going to be decomposed granite,
Okay.
and it's going to tie in with the Van Wolfswinkel project next door. We worked with that plan to it'll be consistent now.
Great, thanks. So just for the edification of the commission, the property next door, which I think is the Biltmore, actually has a curb, which they're supposed to have because they're commercial. What MBAR was trying to effectuate was that we come into the residential zone and we have we don't have that cement curb. So that's why I'm dwelling on it, and I think you've solved.
Correct. You could see it
looks like.
there. It's kind of a brick pattern and a hard curb and
Right.
red no parking and those kind of things.
Great. Thank you for letting me take time on that. I appreciate the
You're welcome.
clarification.
Questions or comments?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I made the noise with the plans before, but I'm looking at page A50120 of your plans, and it says, there's a dotted line that says extent of previous pool cabana, but there is no cabana there now. What did you mean by previous?
Before they reduced the size.
Is this from where it used to be situated? I'm sorry, no, this is the cabana, not the rear of the property.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I'm going to let Danny Longwell, I believe so. It's the iterations that we responded to the MBAR comments, but I'm going to let Danny answer that.
Oh, of course.
Hi, my name is Danny. Yes, that is in fact a reference to the different versions in our trips to the BAR, showing where it was placed previously and how far it moved from that previous iteration. It was kind of in those three versions, we were forward towards Channel Drive, and then back towards the house, and then a little bit further back towards Channel Drive as they felt it actually started to crowd. So it's a balance between, the relationship of the structure to the street front and then not blocking the historical portion of the existing house. So it was really an exercise to find that balance where we kind of pushed back, and then they said it's too close now, and we pulled back a little bit. So this is just a note to remind them where we were before with the previous iteration.
So I'm just wondering, I see that you also slightly reduced the size of the portion that goes out on the right side.
Yeah.
It looks, I mean, if the dotted line reflects that, yes.
We did. We did slightly reduce it when we reduced the size of the cabana down from 7 something to 6 something, and that had to do with just really fine-tuning the scale of that structure relative to the historic portion of. They're very, minor refinements, but they got into that level of detail. Just if it was a foot narrower and 6 inches lower, it would feel more in character. Trying to find that balance where it was kept in character with, the Moody buildings have a certain, I don't want to say miniature scale, but they're smaller. 7/8. Yeah, 7/8 scale is the word they use. So we made those adjustments, and they were happy with it.
No, what we appreciate always your willingness to work with the MBAR, and I just wondered, at this point, and I don't know if I'll have more of a chance to express this later on, but my concerns have to do with blocking the front view of the house, and with, I wondered if there was any potential for moving that side portion away and having it be on the end where it had been before, to reconfigure it a little bit so that the front of the house isn't quite so covered.
Commissioner, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Keller, we spent a lot of time on that with the MBAR, and I just want to point out, I'll let Danny answer, but what we were trying to do is take advantage of the large trees there. So we've pushed the cabana over right up as, dare we say, right on the setback line, in order to use these trees for some privacy as well, I mean, to be honest. And it wasn't a direct result of that, but it worked in our benefit, because when we went to the HLAC and when we got our historic assessment and then we went to the HLAC, we realized how big of a concern that was. It fell right into the proper location. So we would be hesitant at this point to really want to change the footprint given how far we've got with the MBAR and the HLAC.
Right, but
I'll let you.
excuse me. But we are a different body, and we have a different set of concerns. So I just wondered if there was any flexibility in that regard, because having that piece out on the side, as you can see it clearly here, is one of the things that adds to the bulk, the appearance of bulk of the project. And it also blocks, except from this particular angle, but from straight on, it blocks the view of the house. So I wondered if there was any flexibility.
That was actually this very exact same comment that the board addressed, and we studied different iterations of that, and we're limited in square footage. It's a small structure, and the key is keeping it on the property line, and that of course elongated the structure, which it starts to crowd. If you look in the site plan view, it starts to crowd the front of the house. So we're pushed out as far basically as we can, and we're actually lowered. As Brian said, we're kind of the street elevation is higher than our floor elevation, and then our floor elevation of the cabana is, almost 2 feet lower than the floor elevation of the house. So this was all part of that, the three tips to the BAR, studying different proportions. And so, yeah, I mean, we have made compromises. I know it might, looking at it, for the first time, it's hard to see the process we went through with that to arrive where we did. And we did, in fact, make compromises to height, which would be, make it higher, you get a better ocean view, and we gave up on that. We reduced the width of the building so that the overall gable got lower, and then we went down into the ground, and we pulled back that front facade that you mentioned, that other gable. We significantly pulled that back into the building from the previous version.
Thank you for explaining the process.
Commissioner Rowan?
Could I just ask you on that, I'm looking at the proposed project plan, and there's a little step out into the setback. Little tiny, it looks like a staircase or maybe it's a fireplace or something.
It's a fireplace. It's considered an architectural projection in terms of its allowance to project into a setback.
And is that absolutely mandatory? I mean, is that, I hate to see us go, into a setback because somebody else comes and builds, and pretty soon, you're set back to your building to building.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, actually, it kind of it's part and parcel of the of Commissioner Keller's question. This was kind of a result of just trying to get it as far over to the side, tucked behind the tree, and get it out of the sight line. So we didn't want to lose the fireplace, and the code allowed for it without having to get a modification or a variance. It's just an exception in the code for chimneys and these types of things. So we took advantage of that setback allowance, and we pushed it as far as we could. So that's the only reason.
And are there windows on that side?
There's one small window, I believe.
Yeah, two small windows.
Okay, it's hard for me to, oh, I see them. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Are there any further questions at this time? Okay, we'll open it to public comment. Do we have any speaker slips? We have no speaker slips, and I don't see anybody rushing to the podium, so we will close public comment. We'll bring it back to the commission for additional questions, deliberations, and a motion. Commissioner Brown.
I'm willing to jump in here because I'm familiar with the project. I think it actually does a lot of things that I'd like to see done in Montecito. I'm particularly impressed, as your former landmark commissioner, with the sensitivity that you played to the Moody Sister Cottage. And I think you got it. I think you've really, been able to complement the two buildings and the newness, and probably given your owner the square footage they wanted. I'd like to see it at 0 FAR, but, life is life. And so you've certainly come in under the 10% that MBAR likes. But I think generally you've really done, when you look at when you look at this particular one and you see the properties nearby, I mean, this really settles in. You have a historic cottage. It gives the owner what they need, and it's very aesthetically appealing, at least to me. So congratulations. I'm ready to support the project.
Any other comments?
No, only that I was doing my best to do the same thing that the MBAR did and the HLIC, because the Moody cottages are still few and far between, and many of them now in Montecito are not as readily visible to public view. And I have personally, because I know the family that owned this property for many years prior to the present owners, I love this property, and I just wanted to be able to be sure that we could see as much of it as possible. It looks like you've exhausted every alternative and made every effort to do that, and we thank you for making such accommodation. So,
Commissioner Cole?
Well, I hate to have a love fest here. It's not our nature, typically. I was ready to jump all over this about the FAR, the height. We've seen more cabanas in the last couple of years than we have in my lifetime. We had a big fight down the street over the second story. But as I looked at it and read the reports, and I'm very familiar with the property, I like it, and so I'm ready to support it. I think the architecture in particular they were able to make some additions to it that keep the Montecito cottage style. So it is one of the best ones we've seen along that strip.
Well, with that, Love Fest, can I have a motion?
I so move to accept the project as presented.
Accept the staff recommendation?
Accept the staff recommendation to accept the project as
Can I have
presented.
a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. You.
Thank you.
Mr. Villalobos, if you'd read the last item to the record, please.
I'd be happy to do so, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department that the Montecito Planning Commission adopt a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors that the Board adopt ordinance case number 16 ORD 11 to implement new regulations regarding the land use of short-term rentals.
Okay, before we get started, I'm going to get the sequence right. Let's do ex parte, and since there's no site, we don't have a site visit. Commissioner Cole.
No ex parte.
Commissioner Keller.
No ex parte, except for a lot of discussion from various people who had strong opinions on this subject.
Okay, Commissioner Brown.
No ex parte.
I have none to report. So it's to you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Hall and Commissioners. I am here before you today to present on the draft ordinance governing short-term rentals in the Montecito Land Use and Development Code. The long-range planning staff has been working on the project since July of last year. This slide illustrates the public process to this point. Staff conducted numerous public hearings on the issue and has had preliminary hearings both before the Montecito Planning Commission and the County Planning Commission. This commission gave direction to staff on November 18th of 2015 to make changes to the Montecito LUDC. Specifically, it was recommended to prohibit short-term rentals in zone districts that do not currently allow transient lodging. This commission also recommended the same changes to Article 2, the coastal zone. At August the 10th meeting, the County Planning Commission recommended that short-term rentals be allowed with regulations in Ag 2 zoning in both the inland and the coastal areas, and that the use be allowed in other zones that allow other transient lodging. No Ag 2 zoning exists in the Montecito Community Plan boundary. This ordinance before you today prohibits short-term rentals in residential zones. The reasons for this direction stem from nuisance issues created by the use in residential neighborhoods. Through the public process, concerns were raised that short-term rentals create excessive noise and overcrowding constricts on-street parking. Turning residential housing into short-term rentals decreases available housing for all income categories, already constricting the housing market problem that exists in our community. And the use does not meet the intent of the zone district, which states that they are to be residential in character and provide housing opportunities. The intent of the resource management, neighborhood commercial, recreation, and public utility zones also does not provide for the use of short-term rentals. So the proposed ordinance prohibits the use in these zone districts as well. The proposed ordinance will allow short-term rentals in the visitor-serving commercial district through a land use permit or coastal development permit. Because this zone allows for other transient lodging, the use is more suited for these commercial areas. That concludes the discussion on the development of the ordinance rationale. Now I would like to touch on a couple other issues. Our current enforcement system is primarily complaint-driven. The Board of Supervisors could provide direction to pursue other enforcement mechanisms, including public outreach and education, possible proactive enforcement such as reviewing hosting platforms and spot checking, or even more active enforcement of the ordinance. Enforcement approaches could be considered by the Board of Supervisors in future budget cycles. Staff also spoke with Coastal Commission staff in regards to the use. The Coastal Commission staff has expressed the opinion that short-term rentals have the potential to provide a low-cost, overnight accommodation for visitors to the coast. While this may be true for some coastal areas, in the Montecito area, prices for short-term rentals are rather high, ranging from $300 a night with a 3-night minimum for a 1-bedroom to $3,500 a night for a 3-bedroom with a 3-night minimum. This is not an affordable option for most guests. This slide summarizes the recommendations on page 1 of your staff report. That concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions that the Commission may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Keller?
I just want to be really clear as to what you're defining as a short-term rental.
Yes, through the chair, Commissioner Keller, a short-term rental is any dwelling unit that is rented for less than 30 days.
And is there any, when we discussed this before, there was an aspect of owner occupancy that we felt might be important, and has that aspect been dropped?
Through the chair, Commissioner Keller, we discussed that at the first hearing back in November of last year, but making a separate use for that homestay where the owner was occupied was not part of the direction to staff.
Yeah, so this is effectively a ban on any rental of less than 30 days or of 30 days or less.
This is prohibiting short-term rentals, which is described as any rental for 30 days or less.
Including 30 days, so it would have to be 31 days.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes, Ms. Metzger, I left you a message and asked if you happen to have a map showing the commercial visitor serving in Montecito.
Yes, through the chair, Commissioner Brown, I do have that map for you.
Could you show that to us? Oh, good. Okay,
And
great.
then, David, I also have hard copies here.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
My question about this is, I'm very familiar with each of these areas, I believe. We've got the Miramar, and we've got the Biltmore, and what's the red one down there in C? What is that area?
Is it the cemetery?
So through the chair, Commissioner Brown, if I can just give you a brief overview of
Yeah,
this map
please,
so
go right
everyone's
ahead.
on the same page, that would
Thank
be
you.
great. So this blue line here denotes where the coastal zone is. So on the south side is the Article 2 zoning district, and on the north side is the Montecito Land Use Development Code that we are looking at today. And this C2 area here is actually outside of the Montecito Community Plan boundary. It's that gas station across from the inn on Coast Village Road, but that is not in the Montecito Community Plan. And then the C1 to the east is in the Summerlin area here, so that's also not in the plan. And so this is Upper Village, which is neighborhood commercial, and then San Ysidro Ranch, which is the CV zone that would allow short-term rentals per this proposed ordinance.
Great. So when you're doing this zoning in these areas, is there any potential for this to bleed into, for example, we know the Miramar Hotel is zone CV, but are there any houses nearby Miramar that would bleed into that? For example, I think Mr. Crusoe bought a house. You know, would that be part of it? How does that work?
The zoning districts that are shown in red are the limits of the properties based on the assessor information that are owned by the Biltmore, the Miramar, and then San Ysidro Ranch. There's no additional residential properties on commercial that we saw in review of these zone districts.
And what about Casa de Maria, which does have overnight guests? And it doesn't seem to be designated.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, that property, I believe, I think it's a residentially zoned property that's operating under either a conditional use permit or it's a legal non-conforming operation. I can't remember which. So what we're showing you right now are those properties that would be eligible for short-term rentals based upon their zoning.
But it wouldn't affect Casa de Maria in their current operation? All right,
No,
good.
because
Well,
they're operating in a different context.
okay, we didn't want, so I wanted to get that, Casa de Maria. This is the big one, the cost. Do you have any calculation? I saw that you said the Board of Supervisors could approve various parts of cost. Do you have any, years ago, we used to have a dedicated permit person on the weekend who would answer complaints. Do we know what the cost of that was, and is there any possibility of reinstating that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, I don't know the precise cost. It's basically staff costs to have staff on standby and then costs if they actually have to roll. Yes, there's certainly a possibility of reinstating that, and that's one of the options I think we'll be presenting to the board in the context of our budget for 2017-18, which is timely because this ordinance really wouldn't be in effect anywhere until, if it's adopted the way we've proposed, until at least that time.
Well, I think if it's not somehow enforced, there's really not much purpose to it. So, I think spot checking the web and things like that, I think it's going to probably be complaint driven. And if there's no one to complain to, what I found today in my neighborhood on other issues, if there's no one there on the weekend, then by Monday people kind of move on and forget about it and go, well, I'm not as mad now, So I think that would be an integral part, but we'll get to that later. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Before we move on to the other two commissioners who wish to comment or ask questions, I think it might be helpful to us if you would tell us what it is that we're here to do, because when you bring up the issue of enforcement, what's our role in prescribing that?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, you're really here today to make a recommendation to the board on the proposed ordinance for the Montecito Land Use and Development Code. The County Planning Commission has already completed their work and their recommendations. And did you review their recommendations? Jessica reviewed those, but to just reiterate, they're basically consistent with what is before you with respect to the Montecito Land Use and Development Code. They recommended or are recommending to the board that the short-term rentals be banned in residential zone districts, banned in Ag 1 zone districts, and allowed in Ag 2 and commercial zone districts that allow for transient occupancy. So you don't have any Ag 2 property, so this is essentially consistent with the way that the County Planning Commission has recommended to the board. In terms of enforcement, I would say It's fine to make comments, but it is a budget issue and a sort of a program issue that the board will need to take up, and I think they will take it up probably a bit as they consider adoption of the ordinance, but more concretely as they look at our budget for the next fiscal year.
If we have specific recommendations, it would be appropriate to offer those or not?
You could. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see, who was first? Commissioner Cole, maybe?
I just have
Commissioner Keller.
two very quick things. I just wanted to clarify that the Miramar is included in the in the Hotel Zone District CV, but the homes along Miramar Beach are not included. So nothing beyond the specific outline of the Miramar.
Through the chair, that is correct, Commissioner Keller.
Okay, and one other thing in terms of justification, or I just wanted to point out that when we took this up in November, in terms of the reason for justifying or for considering this, that I made a comment about the loss of my neighbors next door because the house had been taken over as a short-term rental, and so it was a real impact on the neighborhood character of Montecito, and I don't see that listed as a reason, but the fact that the newspaper picked it up as a quote and that a number of people have responded to me saying that was of concern to them, I just wondered if you might consider including that as one of the justifications, because it really does impact neighborhood character when you have empty houses or houses with transient occupancy in the midst of otherwise neighborhood blocks.
Through the chair, Commissioner Keller, I didn't include it in my slides, but I believe it's in the staff report. We speak about the fabric of the neighborhood, but I'll make sure that that's in the board letter too.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cole?
Yeah, I just have a couple of practical questions. Last time, I think everything you've done here is very consistent with the 6-hour or so hearing we had last time. So advisory, this might be a Diane Black question, but so we spent all that time last time. We went through it thoroughly. Nice quote by Commissioner Keller, the leading newspaper. So what was actually transmitted to the Board of Supervisors? I mean, how much sway does our advice really have with them?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cole, we haven't transmitted anything to the board yet.
Okay, that's a good answer.
From either your planning commission or the county planning commission.
Okay.
So your planning commission basically made comments and gave us direction, but you didn't have an ordinance in front of you. So
Right.
you'll be taking, hopefully, final action today to
Mhm.
make a recommendation. We will put together your recommendation and the county planning commission recommendation into a board letter, and we'll include comments about enforcement or anything else you'd like us
Okay.
to provide to the Board of Supervisors so they know where each of the planning commissions is on the issue.
Okay, so on enforcement, I heard what you said. It sounds like there's not a lot of enforcement now, but that would develop over time.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cole, I would say our enforcement is we respond to complaints now on any number of issues. I think the point that Commissioner Brown was making is we don't have somebody to respond on the weekends. So that's an issue. We could do more proactive enforcement if that's what the board wants. So it really depends on what level of enforcement we're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it now is we have R1 zoning in my neighborhood, let's say, in Montecito. If my neighbor's renting out the property, by the weekend, that's already violating the R1 zoning. However, unless somebody calls, unless it's a bachelor party or something, there's really hasn't been a lot of enforcement. It's complaint driven, as you say. So we passed this ordinance, which I read, and it doesn't have a lot of enforcement provisions in it. So in a year from now, my neighbors are having a big party, and they're renting it out by the weekend because they can rent it out $6,000 a weekend versus $6,000 a month. There's really no enforcement yet. We can call on Monday, get the enforcement officer, but how practical is that really?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cole, mean, obviously, there's nothing we can do to address that particular instance of rental, but there is something that we can do proactively, and that's what we'll be discussing with the board, is how far does the board want to go in enforcing these matters. And I think, you know, if the board chooses to adopt an ordinance like this, they're going to want to enforce it.
So so the city of Santa Barbara has a ban, the county will have the ban. Goleta is a little more lenient, I think, and that kind of covers the south coast. Oh, well, I guess Carpinteria. Do you know what, are they working on one? Do you know?
Through the
they've
chair.
adopted one.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
they've adopted one, okay.
Through the chair, Commissioner Cole, they have adopted one, but then they put a moratorium on enforcement because it kind of flooded their office. They weren't prepared for the number of applications that would come in, so they're working through that at this point in time.
Okay, all right.
So just in case the commission didn't understand, the reason I'm saying we're going to address the level of enforcement in our budget for next year is this ordinance, at least as we've drafted it, won't go into effect for 270 days after the board adopts in the inland area. And in
Right.
the coastal zone, it won't go into effect any sooner than 270 days after board adoption, but probably longer, just given the Coastal Commission's certification process. So I think we'll have time to sort through that, and that period allows us to figure out the best way to enforce and have staffing resources available for that, and it allows people to adjust to the new regulation as well.
Okay. I want to ask a couple questions, and then I'll get to you,
Thank you.
Commissioner Keller. It seems to me that there are, I just want to cover some impacts, because Jessica was kind enough to furnish me the numbers of how many people are currently on the TOT rolls versus how many ads there are out there and all that. And that, my thought process actually goes into enforcement and the issue of clawback of past TOT taxes. And so that's one question that needs to get addressed, is how would that work? But I continue to have some concern about the impact on, and I think in particular we heard testimony from a homeowner down on Miramar, where the units were very small. They're not really suitable for long-term rental, or she asserted that they were not appropriate for long-term rental. And I want to see if you can explain to me what the alternatives are that are available to someone that might be in that position. So if you want to take a whack at that, then I'll finish up my other questions too.
So, Mr. Chair, we can use Miramar Beach as an example, but just so you're clear, we aren't making a recommendation on Article 2 today. So if this ordinance were adopted as it stands, the alternative would be for people to apply for a rezone to CV. That would be the alternative.
That's the sole alternative. They couldn't.
If it were adopted, yeah.
They couldn't apply for a conditional use permit.
No.
Okay, all right. I think that's clear. The second question I had, going to the issue of the TOT tax, there were roughly twice as many listings as we have people who are reporting the tax. If the county were to make an effort to collect those funds, is there a way to have that collection earmarked to fund enforcement?
Mr. Chair, so the county has made an effort to collect TOT, and I think at our previous hearing, Jessica showed a graphic that showed over time how many TOT certificates have been issued. I'm not sure. I'm sure it's two things are happening. One is more people are using short-term or using their residences as short-term rentals, and the other is more people are paying TOT because the tax assessor's office has been pretty aggressive in seeking out people who did not have certificates. So that's kind of the answer to your first question. I think they have made a pretty concerted effort, and as they've made that concerted effort, people have made concerted efforts to make it hard to figure out where their properties are. So that's one issue. And then the second issue is, no, we can't earmark. We cannot earmark the collection of TOT to
Okay.
enforcement.
In terms of the TOT tax, is there any effort to claw back the taxes that have not been paid for past rentals? Or is it all going forward?
I don't know, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. I just don't know.
Okay. Commissioner Keller.
I'm just wondering, this may be a little too innovative, but there were so many people, and there are so many people concerned about this and concerned about this, and have put a lot of time into exploring and meeting, et cetera. In terms of enforcement and having a weekend call line, which I think is kind of essential, because if you can't get any response when you need it, then you tend to give up on it. Is there any thought, could there be any thought to initially have it be volunteer-based and have them keep track of calls that came in, which would then give the county an idea of, I mean, volunteer by community members, which would then, if it were tracked and if there were fines attached to violation of the rules, then it would give a good idea of whether or not this position could be funded by the county based on fines that could be collected from complaints.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Keller, perhaps. I mean, we're really not here to decide how enforcement's going to occur, but yeah, we could certainly.
I'm just wondering if the county, if that's something that's ever been done with the county, has any volunteer organization worked with or a volunteer group worked with the county before this way?
Well,
It would seem to be a very cost-effective way of making the point of whether or not this is possible.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Keller, it certainly would be cost-effective. I don't know how much of our authority we can vest to a set of volunteers. So that would be my one reservation. But we can look at it, and there are other ways for us to do it more cost-effectively as a test as well.
Okay.
Hire interns or planning technicians, or just hire people at a lower level to initially do this.
Okay.
But we'll definitely be looking at those options.
Commissioner Brown.
Commissioner Overall put out an idea, and it was nipped in the bud too quick for me. It's after lunch, and I'm a little slower, which is the CUP idea. If someone can come in and file a CUP to run a water business in Montecito, why couldn't they file a CUP to be a part-time house rental? And I say this in deference. There's a lot of comments, from people who really feel this isn't high income. It's just the income of maybe seniors or whatever.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, I answered the question, what could people do if this ordinance were adopted?
Right.
Not what other options were there. I mean, we presented to you all sorts of options at the initial hearing, and what we heard from the commission was, we want to ban. So,
Too late.
We can go back to that, but
Was that something
kind
that
of
could be
passed
added
that.
later or is this, we've been on these ordinance things for years, so I think we can look at the chart you gave us. This takes a long time to get through.
It takes time, but, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, ordinances can be amended. We do it pretty frequently, so.
Can you take just a second and talk about what's involved in a rezone? If I had a property on Miramar, what am I faced with if I wanted to do that?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if you wanted to rezone a particular property, you would have to submit an application for a rezone and a coastal land use plan designation change, because they have to be consistent. We would process it. We'd do whatever environmental review might be necessary to look at the rezone. And then your commission would make a recommendation to the board. The Board of Supervisors would take action on that, and then they would submit it to the Coastal Commission, because it's in the coastal zone. And then the Coastal Commission would need to review it.
And the alternative is there's nothing in here that prohibits people from doing a long-term rental. So that's the other.
No, the other thing is they
Yeah.
could rent it for more than 30 days,
Right.
and that's fine.
Okay. Commissioner Brown, did you have another?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Just have one quick one.
Commissioner Cole.
So, what types of fines have you seen in other jurisdictions? Like $100, $200 in a second? I mean, that would be an enforcement mechanism, but what have you seen?
Through the chair, Commissioner Cole, unfortunately, the fines that cities and counties can levy are different because of state law.
Right.
And so cities can provide a much larger fine incentive. I've seen fines of up to $5,000 a day. And counties are capped, and I'm not quite sure the amount, Janet.
It's, Mr. Chair, it's $100, $200, and $500 progressively. But we have other options. We have other administrative options and legal options.
Yeah, because I think last time I saw the county schedule, if I'm renting my house for $12,000, a month, it would just be a cost of doing business.
That's why there are other options. Which
Okay. I don't see any other items at the moment, so I'm going to open public comment. And I think I have 7 speaker slips. The first one is Kathleen Weinheimer. And we're going to limit this to 3 minutes. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Kathleen Weinheimer. I represent Deborah Hurst, who is an owner of property on Oak Road. I've appeared before staff and your commission and the county's planning commission on this issue. Ms. Hurst has been plagued by numerous problems with the property next to hers. That caused her to become involved in this issue, which has, as you know, gained widespread support, particularly throughout Montecito. We would urge your commission today to follow the staff's recommendation and to honor the work that's been done up to this point and the decisions that have been made. We think the staff ordinance is very thorough, has been very well discussed, and contains the provisions that are necessary to move forward with the ban that was decided and directed by your commission almost a year ago. We do share your concern about the need for effective enforcement. I think the suggestion of a weekend person is very important, since that's the time when so many of these disruptions occur. I share Mr. Cole's concerns that the fine schedule available to the counties is simply the cost of doing business when the rentals are bringing in thousands of dollars a night. What's $100? You just pass it on to the renter anyway. So we will be looking forward to staff's exploration of the other options that are available, not just reliance upon a strict fine schedule. We also would urge your commission not to go too far down the path of looking at CUPs, since that seems to counter the very things that Commissioner Keller brought up were the reasons why we did this in the first place. Regardless of whether a short-term rental is there by right or by CUP, it's disruptive of the fabric of the neighborhood. It's a source of noise and interruption. It doesn't support the residential values of the community. We would urge you to move forward with the ordinance before you and extend our thanks to staff on a very thorough job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sybil Rosen, followed by Victoria Green.
I'm Sybil Rosen, and I would just like to echo what has been said. It has been a long road. Kudos to an incredible job, very thorough, a lot of public input, a lot of opportunities to look at what is wise as we go forward to protect Montecito. And I just really must emphasize, I know you all read my letter, and that is the emphasis on enforcement. Otherwise, it's just another ordinance on the books. And there are too many people that are very happy to not obey the ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. following Victoria Green will be Lane Gray.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Victoria Green speaking on behalf of the Montecito Association. I wanted to start by thanking staff for their diligent efforts to move this ordinance forward. You know, it's a contentious issue. There are a lot of different opinions in the community, and I know it can be daunting, but I think this has moved forward as best that it could with great public outreach. We're here today to ask that your commission follow the lead of the County Planning Commission and recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt the ordinance that's before you today. We think that this is the appropriate route to go to protect the residential character of our neighborhoods. I think you've heard a lot on that topic, so I won't belabor it, but we support moving forward with that ordinance. Additionally, we would request that in your action today, you specifically request that the Board of Supervisors initiate development of an enhanced enforcement program. So we do have, you know, a proposed 270-day delay in effectiveness of the ordinance. I think that that will, if used wisely, provide enough time to get some good enforcement mechanisms in place so that people in the community get the message that it is, that the ordinance will be enforced and that it's time to really wind down these uses. My experience in my city of Santa Barbara neighborhood, where the city has begun their enforcement process on their existing ordinance, I've seen that properties are transitioning away from the short-term rental, some to perhaps longer-term rentals, but some continuing vacation rentals, but for more than 30 days. So people will get the message, and I think if you can be specific in your recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on the enforcement question, that will help move that effort forward. So thank you. We ask you to move forward with recommending approval of the ordinance today.
We have a question?
Yes, Ms. Green, I appreciate your idea of, enhancing the enforcement. Is the Montecito Association going to be lobbying on that front with the Board of Supervisors?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, I would anticipate that we will be making that same request to the Board of Supervisors. We put it in our letter to the County Planning Commission. We've included it in our letter to you. I can't always speak for my 17-person board until they've made a vote, but that would be consistent with the position we've been taking.
I think it's important to, to get it from different perspectives. Thank you.
Elaine Gray was the next speaker, followed by David Longnut. Forgive me if I mispronounced that.
Hello. I've come in kind of late late in the game. I have rented my house in Montecito for very substantial people. I'm very particular who's been there, and it's been for sometimes 2 weeks and 3 weeks. And I don't really see the difference between 31 days and 16 days. I have people watching the house. I do not rent to a group of young people. The people I rent to, I am very careful in who I'm screening, and I don't understand why I should be penalized for people who just rent out their houses to young kids and parties. Nobody is allowed in our pool. We're very, very, very particular, and I don't understand why somebody can't do it, why it has to be for 31 days.
Okay. I do have a question for you. Is this
Yes.
your primary residence?
Yes, it is.
So you're living there?
Yes.
Okay. So you're renting out a portion, not the entirety of
No,
the house?
when we go away on a trip, we used to rent it for 2 months. We go to Colorado. Sometimes we rented it because people have wanted to come back for 2 and 3 weeks, who've been here for a month or longer before. And I don't understand why I should tell them no, they can't come because they're not desirable as short-term renters. These are quiet people. They don't have big parties. They don't do anything that cause any problems. And I don't understand why certain people should be penalized for the people who cause the ruckus.
I understand that you don't understand, but I think we got the point. Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, let me just ask you or staff, does this ordinance preclude someone from, say I rent my house for 2 weeks, but I'm still actually renting it for 30 days, but I only have to stay you can't force someone to stay for the full 30 days, can you? Are we saying it has to be occupied, rented 30 days? In other words, if I build into my pricing that the person's only going to stay 2 weeks or 3 weeks, are we ordaining they can't do that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, I think what we're saying is that people cannot rent their property for less than 31 days, that it needs to be a residential use, not a short-term rental use. However they structure that is their business, so,
Okay.
but they can't have more than one party staying there for a 31-day period.
Got it.
Next speaker, who did I say it was? All right, thank you. And the following speaker will be Samantha Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Sorry, yeah, the last name is Luno, and nobody ever gets it right, so no worries. I'm here on behalf of a company called Vacasa. We are a vacation rental management company. We are growing. We have just under 4,000 properties worldwide, but are just starting to grow in Southern California because of, basically, we went to all the unregulated markets first. We completely understand all the concerns that are in the markets where people have been regulating these kind of rentals. And in speaking with people both in Santa Barbara, Montecito, and the surrounding area throughout the county, we understand that a lot of it is simply coming down to it's a good neighbor policy. Like, everybody wants to have good neighbors. They want, even where it's allowed, you got to pay your taxes. You got to be transparent. You got to screen your customers. Okay, just like you might end up having somebody move in next door to you who is a bad neighbor, and then you have a terrible situation, where you would wish it was only a weekend guest and then they're gone. What a lot of places have done is they're not looking at a ban. And the staff did a great job on the report, all the research, but just in what I've heard today, they were basically told to pursue a ban and not to evaluate all the various options that are out there. Ventura has handled this differently. Los Angeles is looking at handling this differently. And there are ways that will still preserve all these property owners' ability to go ahead and generate this additional revenue without being bad neighbors. So, for example, having somebody like in Ventura, they have to put up a bond and have somebody on call 24 hours a day while the property is being rented out. Okay, now, and that bond is if there ends up being some sort of complaint or they end up being found liable, then boom, like that bond can be forfeited. Like, these are all very good methods that can then, be explored. And with, when we start from it's a good neighbor issue, I think that we can eventually allow everybody to have, the happy balance and that medium. And so hopefully we're hoping that you might be able to instruct the staff to explore some of these other options, to both allow for the homeowners to realize this potential revenue and the community to go ahead and enjoy. Because one thing I will also note is that none of the discussion of costs talked about those over 500, tax-paying, units that are going to be pulled off the market, plus all of the legal challenges. Airbnb just filed against Santa Monica, trying to strike it down constitutionally. And it will happen anyway. People will list. We just heard basically a brainstorming session about how to get around this new ordinance, and that's the frustrating thing, is it's most easily dealt with if we just put out rules to help everybody live, in more harmony and be good neighbors with each other. Thank you very much for your time and for your effort.
Since you were not, at least if you were, I don't recall you being at our earlier hearing, I think there are a couple points that probably we need to elaborate on. They are contained by reference in the staff report. But I think your point about the good neighbor policy is well taken. I don't think everybody that rents short term is necessarily going to create problems for the people next door to them. I think our overarching concern, I don't want to speak for everybody else, but the sense that I had was we are a residential community. We have roughly 3,000 homes in it. And when you have a higher proportion of rental, especially short-term rentals, it changes the fabric of the community. You don't have people who attend church. You don't have people who have children that go to the school. You don't have people that volunteer in our nonprofits. And I could go on. And I think that the impact on the fabric of a very small community, we're not talking about Ventura or Los Angeles. I think that was the overarching concern. So to the extent that that explains it to you, I hope it offers a little insight into what our thought processes were. So thank you for being here.
No, thank you very much.
Who did I say was next? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Samantha Ireland, and I'm here representing homeowners today in Montecito, as well as the company that I own, Vacation Rentals of Santa Barbara. We've been in business over 11 years, one of the most established vacation rental companies in the area. And we have a really outstanding record in terms of integrity and honesty and working with the county and the city to be upfront and in the open and transparent and compliant, because we're here to be participants and involved in the community that Mr. Chair was just speaking about. That is our goal. So I just wanted to give a little bit of feedback since all of this discussion has come about in the past year from people who have come and stayed in our properties in Montecito. And I know that Santa Barbara and Montecito are both very concerned with representing their communities to the rest of the nation. I don't know how Montecito feels, but I know that Santa Barbara is directly trying to attract tourism to increase the economy. And I do know that people love Montecito and they love to visit Montecito, and many of my guests have said that they will have to choose to visit elsewhere if they do not have accommodations other than hotels to stay at, because that's the mode of vacation that they choose to pay for. And Jessica, this question is to you. Did I understand that according to your map, I don't know if I can address the board or Jessica, are there no other rentable areas that a person who's coming to visit Montecito can rent other than a hotel? The Miramar, the Biltmore, San Ysidro, there's no residence that can be rented for less than 30 days.
Yes.
So the only option to visit Montecito less than 30 days is in a hotel.
I believe that would be correct. You'll straighten me out if I'm wrong with that.
Mr. Chair, I think that's correct unless a property that's in the CV zone avails itself of the ability to.
Okay. I do think that the things are changing in our community and more people are looking to travel differently, and that may need to be explored in the future. I just want to express in my last few minutes that I do operate with a lot of integrity, and I intend to follow whatever the board and the community puts forth, because that is how I cooperate and serve our community. But I know that without some sort of compromise, there will be the basis to go forward and not do that for many other homeowners, possibly other companies, and it's going to cause problems. And I would like to see a happy compromise of regulation that would allow for something to work for all. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bonnie Freeman, followed by Theo Cracky, I think it is.
Good afternoon. I wrote a letter in. I'm from a community of 100 homes in More Mesa Shores, but I heard something that made me think I wanted to add something to this discussion today, and that is I have a home in the county, unincorporated area, and for 13 years I have successfully, living there while it was going on, I successfully rented out rooms in my home for 3, 6, and sometimes 10 months. I also, we've had 10% of our community converted in the last couple of years to short-term rentals, and it's caused quite a bit. I, from the beginning, wanted to honor my community and the fabric of the community. I also have a very small one-bedroom home in the city of Santa Barbara that I have rented consistently for 3 and 6 months to visiting professors, visiting nurses, visiting professors at the other one as well. And I just wanted to make the statement that even though I'm not making the huge money, and I do need the money, which is why I'm doing this, is there are other options to renting that people say, oh, I can't rent anything beyond, 30 days. And it's not true. And these people make a contribution to the community, which is one of my considerations. So I don't know if anybody has discussed that, but I know the chair brought up about the small home owners that had a small home, and you can have other options successfully and help the community at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Theo Cracky. I'm a 35-year resident of Santa Barbara. I'm also the owner of Paradise Retreats, world-class vacation rentals, and I'm also the leader of Save the Rentals Santa Barbara. strsantabarbara.org is our website. I'm going to cite several facts that are all supported by detailed reports that can be found on our website in a subpage called Reports. And I'm just going to give you some facts and give you some ideas here to hopefully have you reconsider this whole path that's been gone down. I'm hearing a foregone conclusion that this ordinance is what you want to do and what you're going to support, but you've based your decision on a lack of information. There hasn't been information available, which I'm going to help share with you, that is completely substantiated, although it would take longer than I have to substantiate it. Short-term rentals represent about 1.7% of the entire housing market in Santa Barbara City and County. There's 2,550 short-term rentals out of 147,368 housing units. STRs are a major source of revenue for the city and county of Santa Barbara, generating about $470 million in overall economic activity and creating about 5,000 jobs. Last year, the city and county collected approximately $2.6 million in STR transient occupancy taxes, with only a fraction of STRs registered and paying. With fair regulations that required full enrollment by all STRs, the TOT revenues would triple to about $3.6 million for the city and quadruple to about $5.6 million to the county. That's a total of $9.2 million a year if a regulatory environment was put in place that everybody could participate in. STRs provide property owners with a way to generate income to help support the affordability of their home. They also provide important local short-term housing, such as temporary housing for workers, professors, families relocating for employment, etc. Most importantly, they provide affordable and authentic accommodations for family who cannot afford to stay in the fine hotels in Montecito. In spite of these benefits, the Santa Barbara Planning Commissioners and your commission appears to be going down the path towards prohibition. And the decisions to prohibit STRs in residential areas have been based on two allegations which have never been supported by data or formal studies. Number one, housing advocates have alleged that STRs are a significant cause of the shortage of affordable housing, and some neighbors have alleged, justifiably, that STRs are creating excessive nuisances and that STRs have destroyed the character of residential neighborhoods. These allegations might seem intuitive until you remember that STRs represent only 1.7% of the total housing stock of Santa Barbara City and County. Because STRs represent such a low percentage of our residential housing, it's physically impossible for such a small percentage of homes to create such a large percentage of problems. However, it's not impossible for a small percentage of vocal opponents to create the impression that these problems are enormous. To add facts work to a conversation where opinions and guesses have led to this discussion, we hired a respected local consulting firm, and they conducted two important studies. One called The Effect of Short-Term Rentals on the Supply of Housing in Santa Barbara, which, cutting to the chase, shows that short-term rentals affect 1/10% of the long-term housing market in Santa Barbara.
Please wrap it up.
Okay. The second report is the effect of short-term rentals on neighborhoods, and that one shows that STR nuisance report rates from San Luis Obispo to Thousand Oaks are from 5% to 85% less than nuisance reporting rates for residential properties, for all residential properties. So to wrap it all up, Save the Rentals is an advocate for the fair regulation of it. There's so much passion opposed to it. There's so much passion for this issue that compromise is the right answer, and fair regulation will ensure that it works really well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I feel a little called upon in light of your comments just to offer one comment. I can't comment on the county as a whole. I think we can comment as it relates to Montecito, that the number of short-term rentals, both registered and non-registered, probably is close to 10% of the housing stock in Montecito. So the numbers that you cite might be effective for the county as a whole. I can't comment on that, but it's a little different situation in Montecito. So I just think it warranted a response. You took your time to come here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And just please, if you do get a sec, read the report that quantifies it really specifically and actually cites exact examples. Thank you.
Okay, I have no other speaker slips, and so I'm going to, nobody's dashing to the podium. I'll close public comment, bring it back to the commission for any comments, questions, and a motion. Both. Commissioner Brown.
I'm ready to dive in. First of all, I think that there is a misconception, and I think the chair really was quite eloquent in Montecito is a different breed of animal than Ventura or even the city of Santa Barbara. We don't really survive on any kind of revenue from tourism. We're a residential community. We like to know our neighbors, and there was a comment about sometimes yes, there's a boat in our neighborhood that we'd be happy to trade for a short-term rental, but that's not the way we do things in Montecito, so sometimes the bigger picture doesn't really apply here. I read an article in the Wall Street Journal about seniors needing this income above anyone, and across the country they've really used this Airbnb type of thing to supplement their income, allow them to pay their mortgage, allow them to fix up their houses. So there are those, hard to believe, but there really are those people in Montecito, and they're not in the large mansions, they're in the smaller, less than half-acre property. So my heart goes out to them, but I don't think when I really look at it that we've totally deprived anyone here. Anyone can still rent their house for 30 days or more, and I think there's still an avenue. And by the way, please, under full disclosure, I own a rental house, so I understand how this works, and but I rent it full time, and I get leases, and it's a business, and so it can be done. It's maybe not as lucrative, but then I think we trade that lucrativeness for the value of the residential quality of Montecito. So that's kind of where I come down based on that. And I'm sorry that a CUP isn't sort of an option that somebody could go out and apply for, but maybe that's down the road. But I think that Victoria Green, her comment about effective, we absolutely must send the message to the Board of Supervisors that we have to have enforcement on any ordinance. And I don't know how we do that as a condition or as a recommendation, but frankly, none of your work goes to any good unless we have enforcement. So I think the idea of a paid personnel person on the weekend is good. I think the only problem with Commissioner Keller's idea of local people doing it is I can see the vigilante force coming out pretty quick in my neighborhood. I mean, there'd be the broomstick riders really fast. So maybe that's not the best way to approach it. I think we should try the county approach first. And I think there's also some authority of someone. If my neighbor calls me and says, don't do it, I'm going, yeah, right, well, sue me. But if somebody from the county calls me, I get a little shy. And so anyway, so I'm actually going to be ready to support the ordinance. When the time comes, I'll be interested to hear from my colleagues what their opinions are.
Commissioner Keller?
When this was brought up last fall, I wanted to see a little more nuance, and I thought exceptions should be carved out for owners who were in residence while they rented out. And there were certain compromises I was willing to make, and then I realized how very difficult it would be to make those distinctions in enforcement. And I think that a blanket prohibition of anything that is 30 days or less is the way to go now, It absolutely, essentially must be enforced, and I was only suggesting volunteers because I didn't think about interns or, you know, the new staff members, and if it can be done as economically as possible, but if there is a number to call on those critical weekends, I think that's essential, and I think the county will find that it will support itself. And if it turns out that the blanket ban is really prohibitive and onerous, it's easier to scale back than it is to add more restriction at a later time. So I would rather begin with a blanket restriction, give it a period of time to see how it works, reassess. I think that we should make it a habit of reassessing an ordinance after a certain period of time to see its efficacy, and then you know, adjust if needed. But I'd like to begin with this approach.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Yes.
Commissioner Cole.
Yeah, I think the speakers this time and last time made a lot of great points. And part of the problem is that ordinances or the law can just be a blunt instrument. There's so many ways to sort of get around the law that I was in favor last time of the ban that we have. You know, when I first moved here in 1975, I rented half a gazebo in a backyard in Montecito. So I've been, you know, I've seen what happens. One interesting thing was from Victoria Green about the effect of the city ordinance, which is ahead of us. One of the reasons I was in favor of the ban is because I work with a company downtown, and the employees there have a very hard time renting rooms and finding places to live and sharing houses like I did back in the day. And I'm already starting to see some of the people I work with being able to rent downtown for still very high rentals, but it's in housing that was turned over or from the short-term rental market back into the long-term rental market. I read a lot of the reports online. Also, every time I'm online, I always type in Montecito and short-term rentals, and there are a lot of them. It's kind of, you recognize some of them, even though you don't know the addresses. I appreciate the reports on the economics. A lot of it doesn't apply to Montecito because we don't have a lot of retail and all of that. But one number that hasn't been quantified is the offsetting loss of property values or loss of the fabric of the neighborhood. You know, what it's like to live in a neighborhood and to own property and to not have parties next door. And unfortunately, the parties might be 1%. And, you know, they screw it up for so many people. I would say that the one message from the staff back to the Board of Supervisors, and you've heard it many times, is the enforcement. And I would make the point that Montecito, because of the high rental values, somebody could easily pay $6,000 for a weekend, $24,000 for a month. So a financial fine of $500 or $200 isn't going to make that much of a difference. It'll be built into the cost. Other neighborhoods in our area are also very expensive, but Montecito might be the most expensive. So I think the enforcement piece is really going to be important for us. And again, I'd like to thank the staff for great work on this.
May I just ask,
Commissioner Keller?
that 100, 200, 500 that's part of the ordinance, is there any flexibility in that? Could it be set as a percentage of the rental rate, for example?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, the 100, 200, and 500 comes from the government code, state statute, so that's why counties are more restricted in fines than cities. Cities have a different code section. So there's been some proposed legislation to change that, but it hasn't gotten traction in the last few years.
I think just hang on a second. I think to address that, I don't know whether this is an appropriate request or not, but I'll make it and then you get a chance to respond. You indicated that there are a range of possible enforcement mechanisms. Before you go to the board with recommendations of what those might be, would it be practical for you to bring some of that array of options back before us?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, absolutely. I mean, we really won't be having a substantive decision-making discussion with the board until next budget cycle.
Okay. Right.
So we'll have plenty of time to work on this, assuming that they adopt the ordinance as
Okay.
you seem to be inclined to forward to them, and we will want your input and ideas.
Commissioner Brown.
Well, I'm just curious, because you brought up there were other aspects. Is there anything that you'd like to tweak our imaginations with, or whet our appetite, or, send us home with some comfort?
So, sure, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think a few well-placed examples of the extent to which the county is willing to go to enforce against a repeat violator by taking him to court is probably the most effective. So that's not something that we undertake lightly, but it may be necessary in these sorts of cases.
And would there be the willingness and the funding to do that?
That's what we would have to discuss with
Well,
the
I think
board.
that's an important, I think,
Absolutely.
again, I would reiterate to the Board of Supervisors that those are the tracks that we'd like to see from Montecito. And, they like our property tax, and there's probably a correlation in there somewhere.
Okay. I need a motion and a second.
I would be happy to move the staff report forward. Before I do that, I want to thank Jessica. This was really a great project that you pulled off here. Thank you very much. You did a really good job. Having said that, I would be happy to move the staff report forward as presented. Is that satisfactory, or the staff recommendations?
Yeah, I'll second it, and I'll add that one of my first meetings was the work program, where the county had a list of things they were working on, and we were able to put this one ahead of the line, along with the County Planning Commission. So thank you for that opportunity.
I have a motion and a second. I would like to add officially the request that you come back to the commission at the appropriate time with enforcement options. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. It
So
passes. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have one more issue. She's back there. We have one more issue to discuss, and that was the planning a joint meeting with the MBAR, and I think Rachel was going to address it.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So this is taking us back to the informational reports from earlier today. So I wanted to, so we're not agendized to discuss the joint hearing for the MBAR, but we have a couple of options. So we could either put that on the next agenda, if that's something that your commission would like to discuss as topics. We could bring that back in October. Another option is that the chair of the commission always has the option to just coordinate directly with the chair of the MBAR, outside of the hearing, and discuss topics. So I wasn't sure whether your commission wanted to have input on that, and if so, then I'd recommend putting it on the October agenda.
Commissioner Brown.
When I was chair, we did precisely what you just suggested. I met with the chair of the MBAR. We came up with an agenda of things that we felt would be significant. We helped with the help of staff. So that's kind of how we did it.
Yeah, just to take the opposite view here, I haven't been on the MBAR, unlike Commissioners Brown and Keller's. So I think it worked pretty well when we had 10 or 15 minutes up here to come up with some topics for our retreat. And I would say I could learn from listening to what everybody comes up with, since I'm the rookie at MBAR, and we could pick the top 3 or 4, or whatever, how many the chair wants to go with. But I would say I would put it on the agenda, and we could just spend some time and come up with some things.
Any other opinions?
It's not an opinion, but just, is this contemplated as a meeting outside our regular meeting time, or would it be like the retreat we had 2 months ago? Could something like that be set up?
If we agendize it are you talking about the meeting with the MBAR?
A joint meeting. I'm just wondering if I would like to get input on whether or not that could be at the same time as a regularly scheduled meeting, or if it would mean yet another meeting.
Okay, we can discuss that separately. Right now, we have the issue of how do we move forward to develop an agenda. One possibility is we will let the chair, with input from individual members, if you want, develop the agenda with the chair of MBAR, or we can agendize this, develop a list, and then have them either use that list or then have our chair develop the agenda with the chair of the MBAR.
Sorry, I should have spoken to that. I would like our chair to proceed, and I would like to have him to have a list of the agenda items that we would like to discuss.
Oh, well, then you'd have to have a meeting.
So, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, based on the comments, what I'd recommend is that we just put this on the October agenda and have a brief discussion, and then we can follow up by scheduling the joint meeting.
Okay. So we should come to the October meeting with anything individually, anything that we would like to see us discuss with the MBAR, and then we'll take it from there. Is that was a motion on my part for the agenda, is there, no?
Mr. Chair, you don't
You
don't
get
need
to
to have
set
a
the
motion.
agenda.
All right,
Right, so
it
we
just
can
got
just,
set.
May I just comment to Commissioner Keller's idea? I had the meetings from 2003 early on, when we had every year we had two joint meetings, and we've sort of forgotten how to do that. But what we always had them here during our regular televised meeting, so that information was on the public record. Because as important as it is for us to know all of these machinations and integrations, it's also extremely important for the public to know that too. So I would recommend that we have it as part of our regular meeting, which is what we've always done.
We'll address it next time.
Yeah. I would just offer a correction to that. We haven't always done that. We had a retreat at Upham Hotel. I can't remember.
Well, that was just for the MPC.
Well, maybe you're right. I don't know. At any rate. Okay. Well, at any rate, we're
Okay,
agendized.
we'll talk next time.
Do we have anything more? If not, we're adjourned. Thank you all.
Right, thank you.